Howdy, folks. Did you miss me? Um, we, in comparison to the last couple of days, we have a much calmer morning today. There's nobody raring to go yet, so if you're looking to get a coffee or sort of get your day started without the dulcet tones of my voice, then it's not a bad time to do that. Um, Otherwise, I'll just update you quickly on what happened last night after we left the stream. University of Toronto, UTAT, they did try and test fire, or they did try and launch last night. Unfortunately, that was unsuccessful. Um, and so they stood down. Yeah. The attempt to launch was unsuccessful. They still have a rocket. They're still going to recycle and try again today. Um, but yeah, it sounds like they had a bit of a long night last night. We also missed a test fire from ETS, from the École Technologie, which seemed to be successful. In fact, it seems like they got 30% more impulse than they expected, so that sounds pretty awesome. We will update you when we get videos of that, because they have promised us that they got some very nice footage of the test fire. It sounds like they had a very nice blue flame. In the meantime, so today we have University of Ottawa remaining. We have Bishop Strawn remaining to launch out of the solids pads, and that is all that we have remaining on the solids pads. Um, we have the University of Toronto. We have McGill. McGill are back today. We've chatted with the um, team lead, and they're going to try and launch today. We also have UBC and York, who are still trying to launch, and beyond that, we still have a bunch of test fires trying to go. ATS is going to try and test fire a couple more times today. I'm sure that the mock team is working on trying to get things going, but yeah, we've got a slower morning. I expect we'll see a lot of certification launches today because the weather is beautiful. I'm gonna try and launch a rocket myself in a bit. Uh, and yeah, if you'll bear with us, we'll have a quieter morning this morning, I think. Um, I do hope that the teams have some great launches today. It seems like calmer heads have prevailed over the last couple of days, and we have managed to keep teams uh, from making any rash decisions. Yes, it does sound like McGill is on the pad today. They're not on the pad quite yet, but they are aiming to be on the pad, I should say. Um, so yeah, we should have a very active day on the advanced pads. We're gonna try and get you as much of the footage there as we can. We're gonna rejig the cameras a little bit and see if we can sort of start to make our way towards that rather than the solids, which we've been focusing on a lot because that's where the bulk of the rockets have been launching from. But as we have seen over the last couple of days with both McGill and University of Toronto, hybrids take a lot of time. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's quite a ways away for either of them. It sounds like they've had some gremlins to figure out with their run valves for McGill's part, and I know that the solenoids in the University of Toronto's rocket were developing some nice blocks of ice. So venting through a block of ice is never advisable, and it seems like they were troubleshooting that last night. Beyond that, we still have teams recovering rockets. We still have folks that are trying to get set up for launches. We might have some exciting level 4 certification launch today, which would be pretty impressive. That's essentially the same size rocket motor that the university teams have been launching, but launched by an individual person. So quite an impressive feat if they manage to pull it off. Yeah, so it sounds like there might be some rockets and trees as well. So Brendan, do we want to maybe get started with some pre-recorded stuff? Because I can tell you for sure that I don't have a ton of vamping material at the moment. We'll see if we can get some drone footage of the launches over the last couple of days, or maybe some interviews and then drone footage or something like that. We're killing time until we see a team getting ready to go out. I expect that the University of Ottawa will likely be the first team to get off the rail today. They safetied late last night, and we'll see Apogee take to the skies hopefully with their cool fins. But yeah, it remains to be seen. That everything's still up in the air, or not, as it happens.
Can I just put my bottle down somewhere?
Yeah.
I don't want to put it near. Okay, I'll just put it. I don't want to put it near equipment. Oh, well, Google Maps needs.
For live stream stickers? We don't have live stream dedicated.
No, not live stream stickers, but he was asking. He was talking to. He's Geigertron 3000. He was talking to you guys when you're streaming with them.
Oh, okay. He's in there right now. You can say hi if you want. Here, grab a headset. Just let me make sure you're not muted. Okay, you're live now.
Hey, so yeah, I'm gonna get your sticker today somewhere. I'm not sure where you can pick them up, but hi.
The stream chat is a little bit delayed, so you're gonna.
But yeah, oh thanks. Got it from Pratt and Whitney. Or is it Whitney?
Whitney.
Whitney. But yeah.
The OTSR hat?
No, this is the Pratt and Whitney hat.
No, that's the OTSR hat.
Is it? Oh,
yeah.
Of course, the OTSR hat, not the Pratt and Whitney hat. But I did get one of these for you too. But yeah. They actually found our rocket with the drone. So they're just trying to figure out where it is, like, because they have the picture. They just need to figure out the coordinates. They're just gonna match it with a map, and so we should be in and out of here pretty quick. Now,
so this is Logan from Ontario Tech, everybody.
Yeah, should have said that, but.
So yeah, well, good to see that you guys got are getting your rocket back. Hopefully, that's quite the feat.
Oh yeah.
Did you get good footage of the launch despite it being mislabeled?
I was filming because I was gonna get the Carlton launch anyway. But,
good, lovely, love to see that.
I ended up not getting the Carlton launch because I was too busy. We were too busy as the team celebrating the successful launch of our rocket and supposed successful recovery, which it turns out it was, because I mean all the pictures pointed to. They said they saw it coming down, so at the hybrid pad. So we figured that the main had successfully deployed if it was going that slow when it came down. So turns out it did. We actually
good to hear.
I actually saw the picture, and it looks like but I mean the main issue is it looks like the entire rocket is hung up across like 2 or 3 trees.
Oof.
So that's gonna be a little hard to get back, but so we might have to cut down a tree.
Fun. That sounds like a good time.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the search and rescue guys probably have a chainsaw on them.
Were you one of the team that was out all day yesterday?
Oh yeah.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about that? It sounded pretty.
The sunburns to show it somewhere on my neck, but yeah.
Oh, are you muted? Oh shoot, you are muted. Wait, oh, you shouldn't be.
Oh, just dandy.
I don't know. Maybe it just
Oh, is the wrong mic unmuted?
Yeah.
I think that one's unmuted. That one's
they're both unmuted. So.
Okay. Well, I guess I could just try and talk a little louder then.
You're good now.
Okay, good?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, when we were out there, we first tried, we had some areas where we thought it would be, so we went down there, whacked through the bush a little bit for about an hour, and then we came back out after finding absolutely nothing. It was interesting is that we could hear the PAs from Hybrid Pad, even though they were like probably a good few kilometers away, because I guess noise just carries out here real well. The forest is really thick, like really thick. But nobody rolled their ankles, so that's good. The ground's nice and soft, so
that's good.
My feet don't hurt, so that's nice. So then we ended up driving around a bit. Those roads are very dusty.
Yeah.
Like, I think I'm still eating dust.
You can see a fine film of sand that has accumulated on our live streaming table. throughout the last
And-
couple of days.
Yeah, it's very dusty out here because it hasn't rained in a good few days, which is good for launches.
Good for
Very
launches.
good for launches, but very bad for dust. So after that, we ended up going around all the way. It's sort of hard to tell. I have a map of it somewhere, but our chief engineer has a better map of it because he actually has it on Avenza. I only got it on Google Earth because it's really hard to carry Google Earth files to Avenza. I just don't know how myself. So we ended up going all the way around to a completely different spot that was pretty far due south and about a kilometer, I guess, would be the other that way. If south is this way, or a kilometer
East.
that way, which I guess would be east. Yes, due east from Hybrid Pad. We ended up going there, and then we found a nice trail, which, judging by the picture, the rocket is only a few hundred meters off of that trail. The trail's not the greatest. It's starting to get overgrown, but yeah, we're hoping for a pretty easy recovery. It's not too hard to walk through that trail. You just need to put a couple markers when it gets thick. So yeah, we're hoping to get for a quick recovery, quick and easy. But judging by it being hung up in trees, it might not be as quick and easy as we hope.
Do you have anyone that's particularly good at climbing trees?
I mean, I've done it, but with spurs.
Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
these
not the
boots
best
aren't
bet.
great. These boots aren't great for that.
Fair enough.
But I could always try if we really need to.
We were talking with the search and rescue folks last night, and they were dead set on finding your rocket. They were saying, "Oh, we have a fixed wing drone that we can come back with in the fall and do a high resolution scan of the forest."
Oh, well, there
But
we go.
sounds like that won't be necessary. Looks
No.
like you've got some support at home.
Yep. So yeah, so that's good to know that even if we didn't recover it today, we could still get it back eventually. Because
Yeah, you
I
don't
mean-
want to leave a rocket in the forest if you
no,
can.
we really don't
avoid it.
because it's just there, and then it's just litter at that point.
Well, and
Because-
more to the point, you want to show it off.
Oh, exactly that too. We really want to bring it home and have it somewhere to show this is the thing that we launched and it came back. And it would really be nice because some things did go wrong. We want to know what exactly went wrong. So knowing if it's just connections fell apart, not fell apart, but like came undone when we went supersonic. Because this is, I don't remember if it's the first time. I wasn't here for last launch Canada. I don't know if this was our first supersonic launch, but this is definitely our first successful supersonic launch.
Hey Chris,
So
Was your rocket dual split, dual deploy?
yeah, it was dual deployment, and judging by the pictures, it did dual deploy correctly. But like our recovery avionics worked perfectly. It was just the GPSs stopped. Either they were not strong enough, or they just because we lost contact with it when it went supersonic, and then we regained contact with it as Joe deployed, and then eventually lost contact with it again at about, I think it was 9,000 feet.
Okay. Yeah, that's
So it was still pretty damn high.
yeah, that's a high.
But everything seemed to work perfectly. One of the big things, our main did deploy really high. It deploys at 1,000 feet, which is pretty high off the ground. So everything seems to have deployed correctly. I'm not sure if we'll be able to really see, like in the actual things, if everything deployed correctly. But I don't know how much information. It would be really nice if our run cam worked. Like,
oh, you'll
I
get
say
some
worked.
really good
We had a run
footage.
cam, but it's one of those things where as it records, it will eventually delete old files as it keeps recording. But because we're running at 4K, it can only record for a maximum of, I think, 4 hours before dying. Sorry, it could record for a maximum of 4 hours with the amount of storage space we had on the SD card, and it would have died after about 3.
Ooh, okay. Fingers
so
crossed
we're really
that you
fingers
got.
crossed that that's right, and we get all of our footage, because that would be really cool.
Yeah.
Because it could really show us a lot. And yeah, we're hoping for a good recovery today. At the very least, we know roughly where it is.
That's
We have proof that it went somewhere, and then it is in a tree.
it didn't just disappear
It
into the
didn't just
ether.
disappear into the ether. It didn't fall into a lake. Because that was something we were a little worried about, was on the projected path, there was a lake on that path.
Ooh,
If it fell into the lake, that would have really sucked.
Yeah.
But clearly that didn't happen.
No.
It's in a tree somewhere. Yeah, we got what's the drone operator's name?
Alec.
Yeah, we have Alec right now. He's on his iPad looking for I don't know, probably trying to get the trying to match the maps to figure out what our rough coordinates are. I'm pretty sure he also has a pin on the drone where the drone can just fly out to where it is directly. So we can at least have. It might be a little hard to see a drone that far away, but it's at least something.
You're absolutely new to this channel. What are we launching? So, over the last couple of days, you'll have seen a bunch of different live streams, and we have been launching a variety of rockets. So the majority of them have been from university teams, like Logan's University OTech, Ontario Tech, and we're launching sounding rockets. So these are rockets that don't go into space, but that do sort of break the sound barrier, fly up into about 30,000 feet, or somewhere between 15 and 30,000 feet, and then deploy parachutes and come back down.
Yeah.
We've also had the great fortune of launching a bunch of model rockets. So we've been launching rockets from high school students here in Timmins and from students from the Matagami First Nation. We've also had a bunch of certification launches, so personal projects that folks have brought out here to the forest, and are launching for sport as a hobby, but also to get certifications in high power rocketry, so allowing them to buy bigger and bigger motors and get more experience in the sort of amateur rocketry scene.
Was it mostly L1 launches?
We've seen a variety. We've seen mostly L1s, but we've seen a couple of electronic certification launches. So for the Canadian Association of Rocketry, you need to have a dedicated launch that can prove that you know how to handle an altimeter and a dual deploy electronics deployment. And hopefully today we'll see a CAR L4, Canadian Association of Rocketry L4 launch. So the level 4 launch is the highest level of certification that the Canadian Association of Rocketry launches or offers, and those rockets are functionally the same size as a lot of these university launches.
Yeah.
Harry Gunn, I very much encourage you to go back through the last couple of days of streams and see if you can pick out some of the launches, because they are super impressive to watch. I'm sorry we haven't quite gotten around to time-stamping all of the different launches. We will over the coming weeks, but it hasn't happened yet.
There's a lot of stream to go through.
Exactly.
And there's a lot of the time, it's a lot of, you have to figure out when the launch happened, because they can be on, like, teams can be on the pad and then wait for hours because of, I know especially the first day we had a lot of bad weather. So, yeah, weather launches are really dependent on weather. But we've been very fortunate that Tuesday, Wednesday, and I think today's actually the best day so far for launching, even though most people have already launched by now, I think. So,
yeah, we've got 2 more teams to launch from the pads behind us here.
Oh, really?
We've got 4 teams that are launching from the advanced pads about 2 kilometers to the west of here. I should also explain the sort of overarching goal of this is there is a competition aspect to this. So all of the universities that are here are trying to launch rockets to hit a specific altitude and to sort of showcase their engineering skills. There's a panel of judges that have been following them around and tailing them the entire year and annoying them.
No, I wouldn't say. Now's been pretty fun, so.
Yeah, okay.
He's
and so they are judged on their build quality. They're judged on their sort of creativity in their design and how well they're able to implement it.
Yeah.
And they're judged on how effective their launch is. So if they can, if they can hit the targets that they set for themselves, then they will get scored higher, and ultimately we will determine a winner. Although, quite frankly, this is all a big community, and so it's fun. We like to see rockets go up into the air.
Yeah, it's just a fun little competitive aspect. You know, it's always fun to have a little bit of competition. Competition drives innovation. So
Exactly.
you know, you're always going to try harder when you know you have someone to beat.
Yeah, but as far as this morning is concerned, we're still looking like a very slow morning.
Yeah.
There's
Not too. I don't think too many people have showed up right now, and everyone who has is still preparing. Like, just like we're preparing to go out and recover soon. I don't know if the other truck has gotten here yet, but
yeah, I don't want to hold you up if you're looking to go up, but if otherwise, I'm happy.
I mean, because they're busy trying to, like, you know, they have to go through the whole process of getting the walkie-talkie for recovery, and they gotta. I'm sure there's even though we've done it 2 days in a row, you still have to go through a little bit of a briefing because it's just protocol. You have to make sure you still remember how to be safe out in the woods because there are a lot of animals out there. Personally, haven't run into anything big. We did see a grouse, that's interesting, but there's big. You can find big patches of. Like we found big patches of bear poop out there, so there's definitely still bears walking around.
Yeah, the volunteers in the mornings. There's some folks camping out here, and they've run into some bears.
Oh, really?
I saw a moose the other day on the side of the highway, so there's some wildlife out here.
Yeah, and those who were here day one, they saw the albino moose that is probably going to become the mascot of Launch Canada. I mean, that'd be cool. But
potentially,
it would be really cool if it was on next year's mission patch. But obviously, that's a problem for next year.
Would we see ourselves growing into production in a couple of years? Would that be a goal? In terms of the live stream, I mean, yeah, we're all volunteers here, so
yeah.
I'm doing my best. This is the first week-long live stream that I've ever hosted, and it's been a fun experience. But there's definitely a lot of things that we want to see going forward. As far as the rockets are concerned, I mean, from the university's perspective, they're always trying to do bigger and better things, more complicated, you know, more boundary pushing. We saw Waterloo, the University of Waterloo launch the first amateur liquid rocket in Canadian history, as far as we know.
Oh, really?
The other day, so on launch day 2, it might be 2.5, but certainly on one of the launch days. One of the second launch days, and as far as a professional launch scene, that is one of the overarching goals of Launch Canada. We're not a professional organization directly, but we are looking to build professional launch in Canada and sort of develop the talent for that.
Yeah.
Is William from Rockets almost ready for his L4 flight? To be honest, no clue. Chris just got here. Our launch control officer just got here. So yeah. we're still very much in the setup phase.
Yeah. I mean, to my knowledge, the production value of this has already gone up pretty significantly. Like, I mean, we have. I mean, that's just one of those things. As new technologies come, like 5 years ago, I don't think you would have been able to have this stream because we wouldn't have had internet out here. But now we have Starlink.
Exactly.
And Starlink's only getting better. So.
Yep, and we also have, I mean, we got some nice new drones this year, so Alec has been giving us the best angles that we can get. I think we're running a Mavic 3.
Yeah.
We're hoping to get another one to get very much closer shots too, live streamed.
We're hoping to get another one to get much closer shots next year. But
there you go.
The biggest improvement will be the computer though, right?
Oh yeah, well we'll need to update the computer and everything that goes along with it as well, so There's a lot of room to improve. I know Queens has been working on a launch tracker, and I'm really hopeful that they get that debugged and working so that we can get some really good, clean tracking shots in future years. But it's a complicated process. We're all learning, and also I'm hesitant to make this too professional because at the end of the day, we're here for you folks at home. We're here to sort of demystify what your kids and friends and colleagues are doing in a forest in Timmins.
Yeah.
And that doesn't need to be a sort of super professional operation.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, we're here to have fun.
Exactly.
And launch rockets. So that's the most important part is launching the rockets.
Yep. So.
And yeah,
There's not much more to say than that.
Yeah.
It's fun to launch rockets, and that's why we're here, ultimately. Everything else is extra, and it's a bonus.
Yeah. The live stream's always fun.
Yep, live stream's always great.
Anyway, I'm gonna get back to my team. They're just over there now,
Sounds good.
getting ready to find a rocket. So yeah, thanks for having me on.
Thanks for hopping on. Come back if you find your rocket. We'd love to hear about what happened to it.
Yeah, we're hoping it's all it's all nice and not damaged. It's probably gonna be a little scratched up. Coming into trees does that, even if we're coming in slow.
Yeah.
I mean, 6 meters per second. It's slow for descent, but we're still coming in pretty hot.
Yeah.
As hitting a tree with a 40-pound object goes. So yeah.
I call that backyard scientist.
Yeah.
We were unironically doing a decent amount of modeling of this production value on the Safety Third podcast. So if you're here for 10 hours of stream of consciousness ramblings, then you're not in the wrong place.
No, we didn't. We just missed that because you guys got here about 10 minutes after us. I don't know how long I was sitting there, but I guess it's just
Logan, your dad is saying go Ridgebacks.
Oh yeah, go Ridgebacks! I don't know if you can hear me, but go Ridgebacks!
Go take a look, see if you can find it.
Okay, I'm gonna go get a sticker.
Logan's off to go get your sticker. Geigertron 3000. I don't know your actual name, but your stream name is pretty cool.
So I was so this one.
There was a much wider one.
Um.
And where is it? This one.
Question should be directly in the middle, roughly. But I have to draw an X here, basically. Right. So
I don't know. We're this is going to be a lot less hectic of a day. That's all I can say. We're gonna have some intensity from the hybrid pads. We might try and get some better content for you guys out there, because I know that it's tough to get. They're separate. They have a whole separate sort of tent setup. They have a whole separate launch control office, and yeah. We'll try and get out there and sort of get some better footage of that for you guys if we can. Do we have footage of the ATS hot fires yesterday? Yeah, Mathieu is gonna come back in a bit and give us that, because they had both drone footage and close-ups of that, and we'll put that on stream as soon as we have it. But yeah, they launched late and we were tired and wanted to go home, so there we go. We got the stickers. Yeah, that is the plan.
So it was very close to where we were. So you eyesight. So you got it from eyesight.
Rose, are you going to come on here next year and provide us with some francophone commentary?
I mean, I'm surprised you also saw it, right?
Because unfortunately, I can give you German commentary, but I'm still working on my French. It's going to improve a lot, but you know, I am merely learning.
He's the only reason why you're able to get your rocket.
You're still content. Yes.
Yeah, just that.
Yeah, no, that was happening to me, and I wasn't.
No worries. I'm glad that we can give you guys some good coverage. It's been fun. It's you know, not being part of a student team anymore. It was it was a bit heartbreaking to not be able to be at the competitions and sort of not being able to be as involved anymore, and so coming back and volunteering and sort of being involved in that capacity has been really awesome. Awesome, Rose. I'm gonna hold you to that. We're gonna see if we can get you involved here next year, because yes, it would. Je parle un peu de français. Je ne viens pas de Timmins, mais le Canada c'est quand même un pays bilingue, donc on va essayer de faire choses en français aussi, mais ça va marche. Und ja, wir können auch auf Deutsch sprechen. Das geht mir viel leichter. I heard Mathieu is in recovery with Polytechnique. Sounds like it was really wet. Oh no. My French is good. I just lose my way quite quickly. Merci pour les compliments. I mean, I am moving to Montreal shortly, so I do need to, you know, polish my French.
Yesterday is good, but there's still some upward winds. Yeah. Today, the upward winds are not best, so.
I should probably get my search flight off today.
But we'll have, plenty of time.
Where are we located? I mean, we are located in Timmins currently, but I'm going to be moving to I'm going to be moving to Montreal. I'll be moving into Point Saint Charles in the near future. Spent the last couple of years back and forth between Saint-Henri and Ville-Marie and Point Saint Charles, so it's a lovely place to live. I'm a big Montreal fan. I'm not a city person in general, but I definitely like Montreal. Do we have any news about UO Rocketry? I can go and check and confirm that for you. When we started up the stream, like right behind me here, there's a C-can, so I can't see what is going on with any of the teams until they drive past me.
Go check, Simon.
And so I don't know if UO Rocketry is here yet, but
Go check.
yes, please. Brendan's gonna go check for us and confirm. Any ideas if U of T will be on the pad today? They're certainly trying. I talked to their very sleep deprived team lead earlier, and they are certainly giving it their best shot to get off the rail today, but man oh man do they have a lot of work ahead of them. Yeah, we spent a lot of time trying to figure out where we were going to live in Montreal. It's Saint-Henri is a lovely neighborhood. We would have loved to live there, but there just wasn't as much available then in comparison to Point Saint Charles. And my partner is finishing her med school at McGill, so she needed to be close to a metro line, and so we needed to be somewhere on the metro or somewhere close to the metro. So Point Saint Charles it became. NDG is a lot of fun too. I went to school on Vancouver Island. I was really fortunate to get a scholarship to attend this school called United World Colleges. And at the time when I was living on Vancouver Island and studying at Pearson College, the principal of the high school there was Desiree McGraw, who you may now recognize as NDG's representative in the Assemblée Nationale. So there's a funny piece of NDG in my heart, thanks to Desiree. But yeah, that was just a little bit too out of the way for us in terms of location.
We done a perimeter sweep recently.
Because they said they had their friends coming in at 9.
He was like, and then I was like moving the window, and he was like, and then like I started to
That picture got it.
I'm white now.
Yeah. I like to collect my dad's every game interest on them. So
You know, you get one favor here, you get a favor there.
The amount of things that I pay for in sheer favors is quite high.
We're still waiting for Brendan to come back to give us an update on UO rocketry. Yeah, if they're here, they're going to get off the rail relatively quickly because they final safetied yesterday, and I suspect that they did very little in terms of taking apart their rocket. But yeah, otherwise we will update you as soon as we know anything from them. If they're still in Timmins, tell them to wake up because I would like to see them launch. That is, if any of you are on or related to UO rocketry, are they here?
They're here.
Oh, UO rocketry is here, so.
They're here, and I have some updates.
Oh, okay. Brendan has some updates for us from UO rocketry. Weird to say that as Carleton alum.
Don't worry, I invited them to the stream.
Good.
All right, so I just got back from talking to the University of Ottawa's rocketry team. They are on site. They are beginning their assembly process. What it sounds like right now is their original plan was to fly with a commercial off-the-shelf deployment system and a student-built deployment system. In light of recent events, they are no longer confident in the student-built deployment system.
In light of what recent events, Brendan?
They're not sure of the integrity of the circuits inside of the board anymore.
Because?
They did not disclose it, but there was some event that happened
Oh no.
in that.
I feel like we might have seen some magic smoke, folks.
They are still logging telemetry on this board. However, they do not want to use it for deployment.
That's fair. That's smart.
They're going to be running it in the background to make sure to see what it would have done. So they're going to be logging data on it. However, we're not going to be seeing it actively control deployment. And thus they need another altimeter. So they're waiting on one of the other Launch Canada members to get to site. He will then give them a new flight computer that they can mount inside of their airframe. Once that's done, they just need to button it up and bring it to final safety. I believe they passed the initial safety last night, so they need to just go final safety with the range safety officer, and then they get sent out to the pad.
Okay, so they might not be out to the pad quite as quickly as I thought.
Yep.
But they will be out. I still expect them to be the first off the rail. Yeah, give it a couple hours and we'll see them.
Yep. We also had some news on Bishop Strahan.
Strawn.
So it
just ignore most of the letters.
So it does look like they're going to be attempting a launch today.
Oh wow! Okay.
From what I heard, the whatever repairs they had to do on their rocket last night appeared to have been successful. Yep,
that is nuts.
They were up.
Sounds like they were working until 4 a.m.
Yep, working until 4 a.m. Sent Chris a text message saying I guess they added a couple layers of carbon fiber to their airframe successfully last night at 4 in the morning. They needed 3 more layers and they added 5. That's what I heard.
Good for them.
Very good for them.
Overbuild it, yeah.
That is a very difficult thing to do.
So not only would Bishop Strawn be the first all-female team, not only would they be the first all-high school team, they would also be the first minimum diameter 98mm rocket launched at Launch Canada.
That is correct.
And for the folks at home who don't understand the immensity of that accomplishment, the drag on your rocket is proportional to your velocity, or it is proportional to the square of your velocity, I should say. And the smaller that the cross section of your rocket is, the faster you are going to go. The faster you are going to go, the more problems you're going to run into, because you're going to go supersonic. You're going to have to deal with shockwaves and all sorts of other bugaboos that might plague your rocket. To do that, and then to do that with as little material as possible, as a minimum diameter rocket has to be, is an absolutely incredible accomplishment. And if they are able to get it off the rail, that is a huge kudos to them. Minimum diameter refers to, almost all of these rockets that have been launching on the solids pad behind us are launching on 98mm motor casings. That is to say that the metal tube that the propellant goes into is 98 millimeters in diameter. When we call a rocket minimum diameter, we are saying that it is that the motor casing fits exactly into the airframe. The airframe is not larger than the motor casing. So most of the other rockets, the rockets that you and I launched on CU in space, they were by and large, 5.5, 6 inches in diameter, so significantly larger than that 98 millimeter motor casing. This is a very thin rocket with, a lot of very, very complicated things that have to go right for them to successfully launch. So if they're able to get it off the rail, that is a huge, huge, huge congratulations to them.
Yeah, I mean, even, yeah, their rocket in of itself is extremely impressive as well. Like,
I mean, I was lucky to be able to do composites in high school. That was it. Luck of the draw kind of thing. I certainly didn't build anything that was of that kind of quality
Yep.
or of that kind of complexity. Laying fiberglass over a cedar strip canoe is one thing. Trying to build something that's going to break the sound barrier and then some is a whole other story.
yep.
So,
So we're hoping for the best for them,
yeah.
and we'll keep everyone here updated with the information as we receive it.
To give you an update on some of the other teams as well, so the last that we've heard from York, they're still a ways away from launching. The Arbalist team from York, they have yet to go through motor integration, so their motors are still in the C-can behind us here. So they could be a ways out yet. They are they're being very ambitious, and they have a very complicated project ahead of them. They are launching a 2-stage rocket, which we have only really ever seen one of those launch successfully, and not even in person.
Yep.
2-stage rockets are very, very complicated because you have to do everything twice, and on the second launch, you don't have the benefit of having a stable zero velocity launch point. So you launch, and then you have to effectively separate your rocket in half. Get the back half of the rocket, what we call the oh boy, I have sustainer, that is the wrong
booster.
side. Booster, thank you. Separated away from the sustainer, the top half of the rocket, then ignite the top half of the rocket and hope that it is all stable, aerodynamically stable all through that process. And then you have to go through recovery for both the booster and the sustainer, which, as we have heard over and over and over and over and over again, recovery is the majority of the complexity of a rocket launch.
It's just our pad manager going to the pad, I believe.
Yep, that is our pad manager.
Or
Doing
maybe
many
not.
things.
Yep.
And this is also, so the reason that we see most 2-stage rockets fail is that the booster will ignite, will launch, it'll be clean and nominal, and then there is a angular cutoff. So that is to say, the sustainer will only be allowed to light if the angle of the rocket is just so. So you could have engineered everything perfectly, and the rocket will get hit by a stray gust of wind at the wrong time, and it will knock it from vertical to like 3 degrees off or 10 degrees off, and it is unsafe to light the sustainer at that point, and so the onboard electronics will override the ignition and will just force the rocket to come back down. So both Arbalist and UBC have undertaken some really significant challenges here. There are a lot of ways to increase the complexity of rockets, and the reality is that between the hybrids, the liquids, the 2-stage rockets, and even just the min diameters, all of these rockets are extraordinarily impressive feats of engineering, and it is a testament to the skill of Canadian rocket engineers and Canadian rocketry students and aerospace students and engineering students and everyone else that is involved with these teams that we have seen so many impressive and successful launches. You know, this is, having seen a good amount of launches at this point, this is very much anomalous. We don't typically see this sheer number of successful launches because these students have benefited from a lot of mentorship, because these students have benefited from, you know, the learning environments that they are in at their respective universities or high schools, because these students have benefited from, you know, skilled technicians providing them with advice, or, you know, sponsors that have provided them with materials and expertise and analysis tools. They are able to put together something that is extraordinarily complicated to do. Hey Aaron, I think we have a family member on the stream chat. Nancy Sirene?
Oh, that's my grandma.
Oh, hi Aaron's grandma. Nice to see you. Sorry, Xavier, or Xavier, I don't know what is what. You redacted your previous message. So I don't know if that's, I mean, I can tell you for sure that the stream chat is delayed by a little bit, so I will need to clarify something, but I'm not sure exactly what I'm clarifying. Yeah, come prep your rocket on the live stream.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Brendan.
So yeah, the live chat is delayed by about a minute, so I'll get to your questions as quickly as I can, but yeah. Also, Roxic, we were sort of alluding to this as you asked the question, but yeah, it'll be a couple hours before the first launch, because I expect that will be University of Ottawa.
Before the first university launch.
Yeah, okay, before
We
the
do
first
have a
university
number
launch.
of cert fights already prepped for this morning, including my own.
And hopefully mine later today.
Yeah.
I still need to glue some things to my rocket.
I want to get off the pad as soon as possible so that I can get it back as soon as possible and let these guys take do the rockets while I take over the stream.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Have you got Michelle to show you the
no, I haven't.
I don't know it either.
I don't. I have my own techniques that I've used for a while.
So Michelle, who you might have seen on stream a couple days ago, is not only one of the preeminent engineers at the Canadian Space Agency, he is also a skydiver and knows a thing or two about parachutes. In fact, has trusted them with his life on many an occasion. So when teams are wondering how to effectively fold their parachute and put it into a bag and make sure that everything is, you know, situated just so,
he's the man.
he is the man for that. And we are lucky to have him as a volunteer here, and so he's been kicking around and gave us some good conversation the other day. So as you have probably seen, we have a lot of dead space to fill.
Yeah.
I was talking with Kins and Klomp, the local influencers from Timmins here, and I think I've convinced them to do level 1 certification launches next year. So we might see some local Timminsers. I don't know what the parlance is here. Timmers.
I don't actually know.
Get involved in the amateur rocketry game, because once you catch the rocketry bug, it's hard to go back. Yeah.
Yeah, we have some payload footage, which might be put a camera on
Ooh.
Ooh.
It looks like McMaster is coming to us with some footage that they got from their rocket. What is McGill's status? So, we don't have an up-to-the-minute status, but we do know that they are on site today, and that they had some issues with their run valve. And so they have swapped that from the new model that they were trying this year to the old model that they ran last year. And so they are back on site. They're currently setting up the rocket, and they should be hopefully targeting a launch today. Again, with the hybrids, I wouldn't expect that until much later in the day. They take a long time to get ready, as we've seen over the last 2 days, and we want to make sure that they're safe. So I'm glad you're enjoying it, Aaron's grandma. It's been fun. I'm pretty thrilled to be on the live stream.
We're actually yes.
We should thank them on spring.
Oh yeah, I do have to thank you again for your kind hosting of us last year on our way down to New Mexico. That was lovely. It's as a person from the mountains, I'm not usually comfortable in flat terrain, but you made Chatham very welcoming, so I'm glad that we got to stay there at least one night. Hey Noah, stream's on. We are vamping.
I am repacking my chute for a cert flight, and then I'm heading out to the pads.
Not here.
Okay. What are you looking for?
Water.
The refilling station.
Thanks for joining us, JS. It's been fun.
We're still not quite sure why they let us run the live stream.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
So we're glad that they did.
It feels like a mistake on Launch Canada's part to have allowed us goobers to be hanging out with you all, but we're sure glad that we can do it, and yeah, we're happy and glad to be here. We'll see if you see us here again next year, then we'll have.
We didn't get fired.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't get fired. We received enough praise that we'll be able to be allowed back. But
speaking of which, we finally know what the threat is if we don't get to 1,000 subscribers.
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
The nebulous threat of not reaching 1,000 subscribers has been clarified to us, and that is, if we don't get to 1,000 subscribers, we need to host the closing
ceremonies. Yeah.
And as a bunch of
people
shy,
that should
socially awkward
not be hosting the
engineers,
closing ceremonies.
doing public speaking is pretty terrifying to all of us. So if you see us at the closing ceremonies, you'll know we have failed.
So like and subscribe.
And if you would prefer to see Cyril in all of his swashbuckling charm come back from the opening conference days and be the MC,
that's what we would prefer.
please
I think.
Do we know if Cyril's coming back?
please subscribe so we can get the super chats going and pay for his plane ticket back. You know that he's currently involved in mandatory orientation from McGill Med School, and he's going to need to be a last minute addition to the team again.
Yeah, last minute plane ticket to Timmins is not particularly cheap.
I'd be surprised if it's cheaper than you expect.
It probably is, but a last minute plane ticket is never really that cheap.
Aaron, don't drop your rocket before you launch it.
I've dropped my rocket so many times, and you know what that means? It's structural testing.
You gotta make sure that you're not getting sand in your rocket.
You're probably right. It's extra particles to be flung back, so more propulsion.
Brendan, do you want to hop on?
Sand.
Do you want to hop on for a second? I want a sunscreen.
Oh yeah, sure. It's your propellant. I don't think so.
I'm going to trade out for Brendan for a bit. I need to put some sunscreen on because it is already hot.
Hello, my name is Temporary Simon Gulla, and I will now be taking over the live stream from Simon Gulla.
I think I'll hang out with you guys on the stream for a bit.
Unlike
That's
original
nice.
Simon
Friend of the
Gulla,
pod.
I do not speak
Friend of the
very well
pod.
French or English.
That's true. You only know German, right?
I only know 3 words in German.
What are the 3 words?
I live in Germany and go to the self-checkout.
Nein, gracias.
Yeah, those.
Zwei Bier bitte.
Exactly.
And you have to count like this.
Yeah.
But the-
Yeah.
Otherwise they'll find out.
oh man.
Shoot you.
All right.
So yeah, we're gonna try to get some onboard video on the live stream soon from McMaster's launch that happened yesterday. They have recovered their rocket. They have pulled the video off their payload. They just showed it to me. It's really cool. So yeah, we'll get that to you guys when we can. We've given them the USB stick to transfer it to us, so it's only a matter of time until you see some cool stuff.
From ATS to come give us their static fire footage.
Yep.
McMaster needs to come and give you their onboard footage.
Yeah,
Yep.
Just come talk to them. You got it?
Yep, ETS will also be giving us some static fire footage today. From last night.
So with this, oh my gosh.
Your rocket's gonna have the safety again.
Yeah, I just discovered another crack in my nose cone. We're gonna be a second.
This nose cone's cracked 3 times, Aaron. Do you think it's up to the job?
I'm done.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the inside is filled mostly with epoxy and JB weld of various types. It's just the outside film that's cracking. Yeah, that's why it's important to finish off your parts, especially if they're on a not super high quality 3D printer doesn't have the thing tuned, and also filament that's been sitting out in open air for 2 years. 3D printing really is an art. It's really, really, really hard to get right.
It's like this big. Their rocket is basically like a big, like, low and slow out.
I'm gonna go take care of that. I'll leave you in the capable hands of my colleague Brandon Griffin.
Your colleague Simon Gala, but temporary. Yep, Ottawa is on site and prepping. As I said earlier, they're currently waiting for somebody to lend them an altimeter, and once they do that, Ottawa will be ready and set to go to the pad. So we will be seeing a launch attempt from Ottawa sometime today, barring nothing terrible happening on their side.
They have cool fins.
Yep, they have very cool looking fins. I think we've aired that interview earlier. But it's their carbon fiber fins that have integrated metallic tips on them, I believe.
There's no good engineering reason to do a cluster. It's just like clusters are.
So yeah. See. So yeah, as it stands right now, the rockets that we're likely to see launch, at least earlier in the day, are going to be Ottawa, Bishop Strawn at some point today, maybe not early, and we might see UBC as well launch today. So UBC is going to be flying out of the advanced pad with a 2-stage rocket. So as Simon, I believe, was explaining before, I mean, 2-stage rockets are very difficult to pull off and require a mid-flight separation and ignition. So Simon, we're welcome anytime at Aaron's grandparents' place.
Nice. I don't know when I'm going to Chatham next. But
Yeah. We'll see when the next time we're in Chatham is. But I will reiterate, very nice of you to host us on our drive down to New Mexico. So, yeah. What else is there to talk about today? Our entire...
talk more about what the 2 stages are doing.
Talk more about what the 2 stages are doing.
Spin cans.
Spin can. Oh boy. Yeah. So, please let me know about Mock. What time for launch? Mock is attempting a static fire. We don't know when. They've been having some issues with the ignition sequence of their engine, so they've tried to fire, I believe, 3 times at this point. And it was either 2 or 3.
I don't know if they did anything.
I think that they tried to do something yesterday and they aborted. So I think they're in their 3rd attempt. Yeah, they're in their 3rd or 4th attempt right now. So yeah, they're working through issues right now, and we'll update you when we can. But pretty much, yeah. When the student teams are down at their at the rockets or their test sites and doing work, we don't hear anything about it until either we walk over there, which is pretty far because the static pad is very far away from where we're sitting, or either that or when they're ready to go, then we'll hear on the radio that they're closing off the areas. So.
Brendan, I'm gonna air pull it that girl in a second. Give me like 2 minutes to set it up, but I'm gonna
Yep.
do it.
Sounds like we're going to be airing some previous footage that we got during the conference for a little bit for you guys.
Well, just for about 15 seconds.
I mean, we can also air a couple more if you want.
That's true. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot to put banana in it. Oh, I do have my. Okay.
Because yeah, we have plenty of footage from the conference of us interviewing teams and
There's a lot of footage
filming
from the site.
filming the whatever happened at the conference, and some of them even from the site. So it's great to bring that to all of you guys so that you can actually kind of get a feel of what everything at Launch Canada is like, aside from what's behind me here. Because yeah, the rest of our live stream crew right now is putting on sunscreen because a specific few of us have got some pretty nasty sunburns from forgetting to put sunscreen on different parts of our bodies.
Brendan definitely the worst.
Probably me the worst because I just forgot to put sunscreen on the front of my neck yesterday, and the previous day I forgot to put sunscreen on the back of my neck. Meaning that my neck is perfectly tanned now.
My pilot.
Aaron is showing his pilot on the live stream that he's going to be putting into his certification rocket. It is a Lego figure that looks like a banana. How much did that cost you, Aaron?
$4.
$4 for a banana Lego figure. You have a giant piece of sunscreen right at your chin.
It's not sunscreen.
It is sunscreen. But yeah, so other teams that we expect that could launch today, we're still waiting on McGill. They weren't on site yesterday to work out some issues. They are on site today. So McGill is likely going to attempt a launch at some point. We will see when that is, because they are running a hybrid rocket, so those do take a long time to set up and leak check and then fill the rocket and go. McGill is actually pretty fast at filling, though. That usually takes them about 10 minutes. Some other teams fill their rocket in like 30 to 40 minutes sometimes. It all depends on the size of your tank and the size of your plumbing and everything going to it. So, not saying that their way of doing it is better than anyone else's, but that's just what they do. Just listening into the... Oh, looks like we're getting some footage from McMaster now. Let's put it on the table next to Aaron. One of you two can put that on the stream.
My pilot's been installed.
Update, Aaron has installed his pilot. No, I've not talked about the spin can yet. Thank you for reminding me. So yes, one of the things that that York Arbalest is trying to do on their 2-stage rocket that they have out at the advanced pad right now is something called a spin can. So a part on one of the most important parts on your rocket is called the fin can. So this is obviously where your fins are, and York has developed a system to reduce they're typically used to reduce the spin rate of the rest of your rocket by allowing the fins to freely rotate around the body of the rocket. So typically this is called a spin can, because if you have a camera pointed down, you'll just see the fins spinning really quickly, but the rest of the rocket is relatively stationary in the rotation axis. So they don't have only one, they actually have 2 separate spin cans. They have one on their first stage and one on their second stage. Because since they're flying in the atmosphere without any guidance, they need to have 2 sets of fins. So both of these are actually able to spin. And yeah, I believe on their first stage, it actually has a bearing around the motor casing to spin. So that one can spin a lot more freely. The one on the second stage can spin, but that is only really a friction fit. So if they get footage looking down at the rocket, it's likely going to be... we might see the first stage's fin can spin up a lot faster than the second stage fin can, which also mean that the second stage footage might be a little bit more rotatey. Okay, so it looks like we're going to cut to one of the... what are we cutting to, Aaron? Which video? Okay, so yeah, we're going to cut to one of the videos shot by the students of Carleton University. Thank you.
Are you a holla back girl?
Absolutely.
Very short video shot by the students of Carleton University there. Oh, apparently Aaron screwed up the stream there, so he's going to replay it at full screen so everyone can have the full experience.
Are you a holla back girl?
Absolutely.
So, we're going to try to get McMaster's McMaster's video that they just gave us up now. So what this was is that McMaster flew a payload in the rocket that had a window looking out the side with a camera. So they ended up pulling the footage from this camera, so we have uninterrupted video from launch all the way until recovery, I believe, from McMaster's rocket. We'll see when they trimmed it, but we can play that starting now. Yeah, so for anyone that tuned in there, that was a video from McMaster's flight. I am seeing comments about stream lag. Yes, it seems like our Starlink here is struggling at the moment. We might have to kick some other devices off of the network it's possible that some people are also trying to stream video without us knowing. And yeah, that tanks our network and makes the stream run poorly. So we have some people asking around. We're working on it. Hopefully it's not too bad, but we can also see it on our end. We're dropping some frames.
Want to hear the Zach interview?
So yeah, we can.
The boss Zach.
Okay, we're gonna also then air an interview with one of our Launch Canada volunteers, Zach.
You can. I don't know how good an interview I'll be.
I don't know. Oh, we're going? All right. Well, I'm here with Zach, one of the lovely staff at Launch Canada. Can you walk us through what your role is?
Yeah, so I'm wearing a lot of hats this year. I'm the conference director, so managing the whole event here at the arena. And then during the week, I'm going to be split between the advanced pads and the test site, inspecting ground support equipment and making sure teams are safe to fly and safe to test.
Yeah, that's a pretty important role right there. What are some challenges you foresee coming up throughout the week, and what are some things that maybe you're especially excited for?
I was excited to see the teams testing, see their process of how they work through their problems. There are always going to be little hiccups here and there. Hoping that I don't have to step in too much to solve it for them. Just like watching them figure it out and offer a little bit of support here and there. Yeah.
Nice. Well, I don't have any other questions really for you, but is there anything you want to say to the live stream?
No, thanks everybody for watching, and yeah, launch the North.
All right, back to you, Nico.
Military pilot.
So yeah, it's currently quiet out at the site. Teams are still setting up at the moment. Nobody has come extremely early to set up and try to launch right at 9 a.m. So we're going to be waiting a little bit for the first launches. Those are likely going to be certification attempts at the smaller pads behind me here. It's going to be a little bit until we get our first universities launching. And in case, yeah, I see people asking about McGill, in case I have not said it yet. McGill is back on site today. They, I believe, are going to be attempting a launch today. They are flying a hybrid, so it is pretty, it's pretty difficult to set those up, and it takes a lot of time. So it's safe to say that they're going to attempt a launch today. We don't know the timing of it, so we'll update you when we have more info. Status of UTAT. Yeah, since the stream is on a little bit of a delay here, it's not going to be a while until you see this. But UTAT was on site for a long time yesterday. They were trying to launch probably until 7, I think. And then they had to tear all of their stuff down. So I haven't seen anyone on site yet, or at least their full team on site. But I fully expect that they'll be back. They'll be back today, barring any major issues. And given they were attempting a launch last night, I don't think they have any huge issues, but we'll see. I believe that they were actually, I did hear that they were getting some ice forming in their vent valves on their systems, on their propellant system, so they are likely troubleshooting that. You have an update.
Simon's super glue just broke in my hands, and I got super glue all over my hands.
Aaron would like the stream to know that he has super glue all over his hands because the super glue bottle broke.
And I also stuck my hands in the sand trying to clean it off and forgot how fast super glue dries.
Now he has sand on his hands. Okay.
Super glued sand to my hand.
Cool. Thank you. Very cool. Just sandpaper. Sandpaper to get off the sand. So yeah, UTAT is probably going to be attempting a launch today as well. If if I had to guess, given how late UTAT was out last night, they're probably going. Their rest of their team's probably not going to be in until a little bit later, because if they get home at like 9 or 10, they still need to eat and everything. So we will see. There is a fly on our lens right now. I hope it's not covering anything up. Oh, there he is. There is the fly. Chat, you can try to name him if you want. He's just chilling out on the lens of our little webcam we're using to stream here. So yeah, that is UTAT. We are waiting. We'll let you know more info as it comes in.
Hey, is the range open? Is this? Okay. Can we load a rocket at the pit? Absolutely. Okay. Right. Do PA work?
I can see that we're still dropping some frames here. I'll see if I can try to resolve that. I will return on stream momentarily.
Sure, yeah. No, I'll probably get someone else to showcast this launch, but
We're going to be attempting a level 1 certification flight here in a minute. The tracking cam is not live, and the drone operator is currently away. So, yep.
Alright, Aaron's go. Oh, okay, sure. We can hold for. Yeah, as long as it's okay with you if we hold for like a minute. Yeah, no problem. You can hold for 5 minutes. Yeah. There's no one coming after me right now, right?
So, that will be happening momentarily. We're just waiting on, I believe they're setting a camera up. But yeah, we've traced the network issues possibly to a large TV that is streaming us at the highest possible resolution on the other side of site. So hopefully the stream, if it is still choppy, will be better once we put a stop to that. We are now holding for pedestrians that appear to be walking next to the launch pad, coming back from the solids pad. So Aaron, do you want to come back on stream during the hold and talk about what you're about to put into the sky here?
all right. So we are flying on an AH-225 by Cesaroni. What we're going to be looking at is an apogee of about 1,600 feet. That's about a little under 500 meters. We're going for a main deploy at or just after apogee. That's 9 seconds after burnout. That's going to give us a descent rate about 6.5 feet per second, so it's going to be pretty slow. So I'm watching for winds and making sure winds are calm enough that we don't get drawn too far off the site. I'm going to be standing and watching to track it as it descends. We've got a nice orange chute and orange and white rocket, so one of the easier things to see. Now, the best one, of course, is those high reflective rockets. Just cover the whole thing in tinfoil, and that's what's going to be the easiest type of rocket to see.
So how do you plan on tracking where it lands?
So I'm going to track it. I'm going to be watching it just with a compass, just the old-fashioned way, just to get bearings. Hopefully from the LCO tower. If not, just from that hill over there that everyone's been using.
Cool.
Yeah. It should be a decent launch. I'm hoping for the best. I got safety this morning. We had to run some tests to reduce the friction in my coupler, but that's fine. All we did was just sand out a ton, and it smooth as butter now. Sounds like we just got tracking cam. So
we're going to get tracking cam, I think, here. Better view for everyone at home.
Brendan, can we also get Chris cam up?
Chris cam is up.
Heck yeah.
We have tracking.
We have tracking?
Yes, we do.
Very nice. Well, in that case, I'm going to maybe head up the LCO tower, and I'll see you all in a second.
Do you still want me to record?
Yeah, that's really a good idea.
Yeah, sure.
If something goes wrong, I want to know how to fix it.
You heard it here. He wants footage so that in case there's an anomaly, he can figure out what happened. We're just waiting. The pedestrians have cleared the launch site, so we'll be going soon. Trademark. Once again, thank you for everyone for tuning into this live stream. From everyone on the live stream crew, it's been a blast putting it on for all of you guys. Thank you for understanding for the sometimes sketchy networking. And yeah. Sounds like we're gonna get the launch. We're just confirming that all personnel are clear of the minimum safe distance, which isn't that big for a H class certification motor, but we still want to make sure that everyone is away from the pad so that it's safe. So this will be the first one of the live stream team here that is attempting a certification here at Launch Canada. As I mentioned earlier, I'm level 2 certified in car. This will be Aaron trying to bring his level 0 up to level 1 for Tripoli, not car. Sounds like we're going to be going. LCO is ready. Aaron Van. His payload for this rocket is one of the University of Victoria's cans of beans from their launch pad. Going in. We're going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, a little bit unstable there. A little bit of a wiggle. It's coming down. There's the parachute. There are pieces falling down. There are multiple pieces coming down. It looks like the parachute there is partially inflated with one piece there. The fin is coming. The fin can has come down by itself. Unfortunate there for Aaron. He will not be getting his certification today. That looks like it's just the parachute and maybe his parachute protector coming down by itself. That's going to drift for quite some time. Hopefully he can get some pieces back and assess what went wrong. I believe that's one of the first complete disassemblies we've seen here at Launch Canada.
Okay, do it. I think we will, yeah. I mean, I can see
The parachute has touched down, it looks like. So Aaron's going to go out on recovery, see how many pieces he can get back of this rocket. But again, very unfortunate flight there for Aaron. Now that the flight is done, I will go and try to resolve the network issues once again. We're still dropping frames, so hopefully the stream isn't too choppy for you guys. Alright, hello everyone, we're back. It seems like our networking issues are at least, they're not, maybe not fixed, but they are better. There was a TV streaming to an audience, the live stream at the other end of the site, and that has now been turned off, and it seems like our speeds here have doubled. So really shows how sensitive the networking here is, especially just being that far out in the middle of nowhere. A couple of questions in the chat. McMaster, I'm watching but unable to listen. It'd be great. Oh, great if the chat was updated with what's going on in the video. Yeah, we can definitely do that. Not much going on right now. I can get some more. Callouts done in the chat. Not that you're going to be able to hear this if you can't listen, but we will do that. Presuming Mac was the footage. Yes, that was incredible. Yes, that was McMaster for anyone that that was not here for my explanation. I will put some stuff in the chat for them. Huh? We're at double the speed. Double the speed. We've dropped a lot of frames, so the average is still high. We'll see if it goes down. Man, the stream is really behind after dropping all those frames. It's only now that I'm seeing the chats roll in from Aaron launching, which was a good 10-15 minutes ago. I'll see what we can do to fix that, given there's some dead time now. If we can skip forward, that is probably not the worst idea. Won't miss much after Aaron's cert flight launches there.
Alright, we are back here at Launch Canada with our second flight of the day. We have an L2 certification flight. We're going to be fed some information about it in just a moment. Brendan is upstairs on the tracking camera, and Simon is out making sure we get our pad camera set up on the advanced pads. So currently one is pointing at UTAT. The other one's offline. As soon as we get that, I will give an update. UTAT's pad, though, looks rather inactive at the moment. Alright, we just got a call for the flight will take place in 3 minutes. It's an L2, so it's got to go quite a bit higher than the last one because it needs to be done on a more powerful motor.
Winter, you got a fix on it from here?
So this is Winta, another one of the volunteers. She came on to the show yesterday to talk a little bit about the radios. We're hoping for a great successful L2 cert here.
On pad B, bank B, pad 4. We have Canada's own, Launch Canada's own Winta on pad 4 with a rocket in 3 planes, 4 hours, which is appropriate given how she got up here. Has a RF tracker. It's flying on a J420, estimated 4,500 foot apogee. So this is going to be a fun one. Okay, Linda's indicated she's good to go. Bank B is continuity. The continuity on the pad. Looking up. Skies are clear. Winds are nominal. Winta, 3 planes, 4 hours.
Alright, skies cleared, winds are open. Winds are nominal. Countdown in 3, 2, 1, and ignition.
Let's try that again. Oh, we've lost continuity.
Lost continuity.
So it looks like the igniter didn't do what it needs to do. So let's put another igniter in there and try again.
Seems like a failed ignition. They lost continuity. So what happened here was the igniter basically went off. It burned through the small black powder shards within the igniter, and it just didn't catch the motor. It's unfortunate when that happens because it means you have to reset everything and go back and do it again. But it's a very easy problem to fix. You just get another igniter and you put it in. Yeah. That's happened to me plenty of times with low power rockets as well. So yeah, we'll be returning in just a moment with Winta's launch.
It doesn't really work. Sherbrooke's coming later to the event. Now they have I made them buy 20 extra igniters. Reverse fire. And Peter has the fancy one.
We're still dropping frames here. It's hard to get a network out here, so we're still working on resolving it. It hasn't resolved yet. I think we're getting radioed here. Alright, we're back here with some more updates. We just got word BSS has arrived on site with their rocket, so good chance they'll be looking to launch today. We are also moving now back to the cert flight. They've reinstalled the igniter, so we should be looking at another L2 launch attempt here. Hopefully the motor ignites, and we hope for a completely nominal flight for Winter. Brendan's getting back on the tracking cam here.
Wants to launch a level 2 certification flight to roughly 5,000 feet.
So once again, this is Launch Canada volunteer Winta. Was on the stream yesterday talking about the radio links on site. Now going for her L2 certification. Bunch of folks here have gathered to watch the launch. It should be a nice one. Alright, we're still waiting on confirmation from the LCO. We just got the good to go. Sounds like we're go for launch. You can see Chris right on our camera here. The new igniter. Pad 4.
Sorry, with the rocket, 3 planes, 4 hours on a J420 to an estimated 4,000.
So this rocket's called 3 planes, 4 hours.
Pads armed. Make these good.
To cert on a J-class motor. They have continuity. These guys are clear. Wind is perfect, Chris says. Alright, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see this launch. There she goes. That was incredible. Totally out of view. Uh-oh. This sounds like a shred. Folks see a bunch of different pieces coming out. Oh, we see a bunch of little bits and pieces coming down and fluttering. There goes a tube, all falling onto the road, out to the pads now. A tube, we see maybe 4 different fins. Coming down now, looks like a chute. Very unfortunate about the flight. Let's get a line of sight on the parachute so we can get a heading. Nice. We'll continue providing updates. Oh, that parachute's nice and in range as well. So that's all going to be recovered perfectly fine. That was one heck of a shred, though. Not sure if our tracking camera was able to catch that. Well, that's going to be a nice, quick recovery for Winta. Question from the chat: is there any chance of setting the forest on fire? So there are a lot of considerations here while we do it, right? So first of all, we are only able to do it in certain parts of the year. That's why it's late August rather than earlier in the summer, because it is damper. The risk of forest fire is much lower. Second of all, we have a very large range that's been cleared of trees. So if anything does come in ballistic, meaning it comes in without a parachute, it's usually going to land in this cleared range. Now, a lot of things on chutes do end up in the forest, and sometimes they land with energetics on board. That is a managed risk, of course. We do keep eyes to track all the situations. Normally, if the rocket has gone up, it's expended all the flammable bits. So by the time it lands, the actual chance of flammability is much, much lower. There's always still a possibility there are energetics like a stage separation. There may be a black powder charge that hasn't gone off yet. That can be relatively dangerous. It's partially managed by the fact that it's low chance of forest fire at the moment, especially with the rain earlier this week. But on top of all this, Launch Canada is working in partnership with the Matagami First Nation Fire Department in the area that is definitely helping to manage the risk of any forest fires. And they're staying around on range, watching all of our operations very, 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 very carefully. And we're really thankful for that, because we don't want to set the forest on fire either. No one wants to set the forest on fire. It's really a poor situation to have been in. So we are thankful to have all this support to really mitigate all those risks. 60 watching, only 13 likes. Yeah, smack that like button. And subscribe to Launch Canada on YouTube. We've been told that if we don't get 1,000 subscribers by the end of the week, something bad's going to happen to us. Specifically, we were told that if we don't get 1,000 subscribers, we're going to have to host the closing ceremonies. And we are not very good at public speaking, so yeah, we are going to try to avoid that if possible and bring back Cyril. The great man from opening ceremonies with the great suit. Tim Jones, did they launch something? Yeah, so we've had 2 launches today. They were both certification flights. The first one was an L1 attempt. It had a shoot eject, but a recovery line detachment. The second launch of the day was an L2 attempt. That had an ascent until it eventually had a shred. So it shredded, and so it came down in pieces. So those were the 2 launches we've had today.
Alright, understood. So, Zachary, to confirm, you're not including Joel or I in your count as static. Copy that, so it'll be 3 for static.
We're still waiting on updates from many of the teams. It looks like another certification launch is going to be headed down to the pad at the moment, but that will be in a few minutes when we can set that off. Probably 10 to 15 minutes, given the history so far. Until then, feel free to watch our lovely Chris Cam with our LCO, our Launch Control Officer, as well as Brendan Griffin, who's just shown into frame for a second there. So that's Chris Hobbs. He runs all the day-to-day operations here at Launch Canada. Nobody leaves or comes back without checking in with him. Nobody goes out to the pad with a rocket without checking in with him. And he's the one that gets to press that big button there. So if you see he has a bit of a switchboard in front of him, that has the access to all the sites where you can arm and then launch the rockets. He's the one that gets to press the big shiny button. Which in my opinion is the coolest job, and he thinks so too, but he also refers to himself as a glorified traffic cop. Any update on U Ottawa? Still trying to figure out the new COTS flight computer. I'm not sure. I haven't visited the U Ottawa tent yet today, but I know they have not yet queued for the pad. But I have seen them on site, so I know they are in fact working on getting ready to launch. It's likely U Ottawa is going to be our first university flight, or rather our first team flight of the day. I can't just say university flight. We have a high school team here as well. I'm going to be joined in a second here by Brendan Griffin, who's returned to the tent. Brendan, what did you think of that last launch?
That was insane.
Yeah, he says that was insane.
It sounds like we had a shred, and then we had a forward closure failure after the shred.
Yeah, he says it sounds like we had a shred, and then we had a forward. Sorry, what?
It sounded like we had a forward motor closure after the shred.
Yeah, a forward motor closure after the shred.
So not only did it shred, it launched everything out.
Yeah, so not only did it shred, it also launched everything out. Yeah, the cert flights today, both of them that have gone today, have been done by volunteers who have been at Launch Canada every day and haven't had a lot of time to work on their rockets, and I think that really kind of shows. It's really worth and really important to spend extra time to make sure everything is gonna go right with your rocket. Perform the necessary tests. That's why we've had such good consistencies with these competition teams, as well as with certifications from the Mars group, because they're really putting in that extra effort. What I'm really excited to see is the certification launches coming out of all the university teams that have their members doing certification flights today, as they've spent the first half of the week just getting their rocket up, and they've spent, since their rocket is launched, trying to get their cert rockets ready to launch. We toured one of the houses last night where they had a workshop set up in the basement of their Airbnb, and they had every different type of rocket. I think they're launching, I forget, it was a lot. It was at least 7 rockets from the CU in Space team from Carleton University. And they were so varying in size and shape and material usage. They had one that was entirely carbon fiber, as tall as a person, and the nose cone was like a dome from a CCTV camera. So that looks kind of ridiculous, and I'm looking forward to seeing that one fly. They had another one that was also carbon fiber, also completely overwrapped, and these are for L1 launches. So these are huge rockets, hugely overbuilt rockets as well for that. We also saw, standard rockets on tubes that have been put together normally. Simon Gull has also returned to the booth here. Another rocket we saw, which was probably the most unique that I had seen, someone had used a CNC to cut out plywood, a bunch of plywood circles, stack them on top of each other, and then sand it into a nose cone shape and stain it. It looked kind of ridiculous, but I think it just might work. So we're looking forward to seeing those launches later, because it's such a variety of launches, but also they mostly stay in visual view, so we can get some very nice footage.
Aaron, I'm gonna put the launch logs on my
Alright, we have a question in chat. What type of altitude does one hope for with the type of rockets that are launched here? Yeah, so that's actually going to be a huge variety depending on the rocket. So for a certification flight, one of a bunch of the lower power rockets we've seen go off, which are still high powered rockets, by the way. You need to, as part of certification, list your projected altitude and what you expect to get. So we've seen pretty much the lower end around 800 feet and kind of 2,500 feet for that kind of range for the L1s. When you get to higher power certification flights or just other um, just sport launches for fun, it's anywhere across the board of what you're going to see. Maybe somebody wants to just launch, 10 feet off the rail. They can do that so long as it's cleared by the range safety officer. Then we move on to, the university and like the competition teams. Usually it's at least 10,000 feet, so a lot of teams here are shooting for 10,000 feet. Some of them are shooting for much higher goals. The highest rocket at the competition currently is Ottawa's predicted, I believe, 47,000 feet. So that is going to be launching later today. They're flying on a minimum diameter rocket, which means that the actual tube of the rocket is the same diameter as the motor. So they're not going to have extra friction or extra drag by having a wider rocket. So it's going to be anything in between there. Yeah. It's really fortunate we're able to use this site because you can't really launch rockets to that altitude, well, especially not in airspace, but really around any residential zones. So we're able to clear a very large path of airspace for safety for the airplanes, and also clear a very large recovery zone where we can collect the rockets after. Coming back from a short run to the pads here are Simon and Brendan. Simon's going to join us on the mic here.
Just an update for everyone watching on the stream. The live stream team is going to head out for lunch. We will be back right after. If any of the teams come to the pad or we get any significant updates from any of them, we will quickly come over and inform everyone. It'll probably be about 10 to 15 minutes.
UBC also has to launch.
Yeah. So, the update on the Arbalest team is that it sounds like they're going to be shifting to launching from the solids pad, so the pad that you see on camera right now. They were intending on using UBC's launch rail, but seeing as they both have yet to launch, it seems like it's going to be more efficient for them to try and launch off of the solids pad. It does mean a slightly shorter rail from what I understand, but it will be more effective for them in the long run. In the meantime, let's get you to cooking cam. I can put up a poll of how people like their hot dogs.
Oh, do you toast the bun? That's the real question, actually.
And are you a steamed dog or a grilled dog kind of person?
There's a lot of questions here that really are going on the answer. So.
We are moving to hot dog cooking cam here. It's a day full of action on here at Launch Canada. We gotta get one of the mics next to the sausages, unmute it and stick it next to the sausages so we can get the sizzle. I think it's actually picking it up. That's incredible. We have moved to the Launch Canada ASMR stream.
These are on the grill.
We've transitioned to the Launch Canada ASMR cam. We've got the mic live, catching the sizzle.
Launch Canada. Yeah, Aaron's there for a bit. He broke another tooth.
Short all the pads.
Hey,
You guys find Jeff?
I heard you didn't have so good of luck.
Yeah.
Never mind. We got it.
I'm curious to open up the motor. And 3D printed spaceship fell out. I was like, oh my gosh, it's so heavy. But yeah.
How did the motor do?
It gave a bit too much. As you can see, the things did not. Yeah. Definitely
How fast were you going?
No, this is the content I'm subscribed for.
How fast were you going?
Oh, probably close to.
They should catch a clip of this, because once we move to the rocket we're gonna need a comparison. The side by side.
We will have to do a backtrack if you're interested.
Boy oh boy, that stream delay is something else. You'll hear this in a couple of minutes, but no, Pepsi is unfortunately not sponsoring us.
Sponsored by Heinz. Okay, I think the dogs are ready. Does everybody have... Do you want to grab napkins? Timo?
We do have paper towel.
Grab that. That'll be perfect. Dogs are cooked. Dogs are ready. All I can think about is we should throw them back now. Jeff, could I give you a dog? There's no cheese on it, though.
Cheeseless dogs? What's going on?
I know. You know what?
I'll bring my own bun.
Onion, mustard, relish.
We got plenty.
Arsenal, LCO?
If we make enough money in the next few years, we'll airdrop cheese here.
Airdrop cheese, I like that.
Do you want a bun? We have more buns too.
No.
What's the lunch? LCO?
The lunch is wraps.
There's a couple of different types of wraps.
Couple of chicken Caesar, and veggie.
There's falafel.
Okay.
Yeah. Got some paper towel? Awesome. Show the camera.
Am I ready? Oh, okay. Yeah. Hey, thanks. I use my wrap as my dog bun. Delicious and nutritious. Thank you.
This is good content.
This is what we're here for.
This is what we were waiting for Nico to do, and he hasn't done it yet.
Yep.
Speaking of Nico, he's not even here yet.
He didn't die.
So, at what point do we think he?
Grab the second pack of dogs. We might as well use it all.
Alrighty.
Let's get her sizzling. Now, boys, you guys look a little skinny, so you guys are getting a dog too.
Okay.
You guys don't really get a choice here.
Ooh, that was toasty.
She is.
I'm sort of cooking here.
Could I grab
In
the touch of the mustard?
Do
Uh,
you guys want a paper towel?
that would be lovely. My hands are a bit covered in epoxy.
How's it taste? I've been wondering for a while, how does epoxy taste?
Again.
Oh no, not this again.
I do know what carbon fiber tastes like.
What do you mean?
Don't worry about it.
For legal reasons, this is satire.
It wasn't tasty. It was very synthetic.
Interesting.
So I think that means low carbs. I'm not a dietitian though, so don't trust me on that.
Juicy jumbos.
Let's get these sizzling. Oh, you ready for this?
Oh, yeah.
That mic is gonna smell like hot dogs.
That's very okay.
You have a plastic container, you can just wrap it up in. There's something plastic, you can wrap it up in to keep that.
Probably.
Do we have that mobile setup ready to go? We can do a sausage can, or I mean a hot dog can. We go around.
That's a pretty good hot dog. What's that?
Oh, that's hot. Looks like it's in the name.
I've got something I have something for you.
Could you now say you got that dog in you?
100%.
LTO, over.
You think they'd let me deploy a dog at Apogee on my plane?
Shane, go ahead, LTO.
Or that void measure?
This is LTO. York is here looking for a second dowel. Trying to do motor assembly, and they have one dowel, and they're looking for the second one, and apparently there it is, over.
What's the payload's mission?
Come and find them.
Depends on what the payload's mission. Are you trying to feed the bears?
You will come and find them at Advanced LTO.
I'm just trying to feed this guy. Hopefully this guy
Over.
grabs it before the bears do. There's not a good secondary mission to feed these bears.
I think looking up at the sky and getting hit with a dog would be pretty funny though.
Shane, please repeat last message, over.
Could almost set a world record for
Shane to LTO, I'm
highest
on my way over.
caught hot dog.
What?
Really fucking funny.
You just gotta keep your face up to the sky with your mouth open, right? That's how it works?
Yeah.
Nothing bad would happen there.
Well, I think I should probably put the motor in my rocket and start getting CP.
Do you need a 225?
Yeah.
Okay. Sophia thought she was going with a 225,
Oh, okay.
which miscommunication, but
What's that last thing say?
Glizzy time.
Oh, the glizzies, yeah.
You're the only team that is asking for a flight card.
What have we done?
Uh-oh.
How about a Launch Canada hot dog eating contest?
Oh yeah,
We could do that.
we could do that.
This is indeed Launch Canada.
I think I'm gonna put some more 5-minute epoxy on the fin tips.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say on the hot dogs. You got me worried.
Hey man, do you
Look, man, we can't talk that much about what the different epoxies taste like, and then not actually, satire.
For legal reasons, this is a joke.
Have you ever seen that video by Explosion, Fire and Explosions, I think it is? Explosions Fire, where they try different salts?
Very good video.
I love it. It's like 6 years old, too.
It's lithium salt, potassium salt.
They just go down the periodic table.
They just keep going down.
Such an educational video.
Apparently lithium salt tastes sweet.
Yeah. Not recommending to any of our viewers. However, I recommend watching the video. Very educational.
It's actually a medication.
Really?
Yep. They use it to treat, what is it?
Talk to your doctor.
Yes, please talk to your doctor. This is not medical advice. I am not a licensed medical doctor in the province of Ontario.
Barely know how to fix a rocket. We're talking about people.
I don't even know how well I can hear you. I'm nowhere near the mic.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's picking you up pretty good.
This is just dad banter at this point. You just have a little barbecue conversation. Somebody's always yelling, you didn't turn it at the right time or something.
We're gonna get a Launch Canada like dog tournament thing. So they have the gas.
It'd be so greasy. That might be a good investment for next year if everybody's just down with dogs.
If Carlton can buy a griddle, so can Launch Canada. Or Launch Canada.
Launch Canada.
If Carlton can buy a griddle?
Carlton has a griddle, that's where all the pancakes came from.
Oh, those, yeah. Sorry. It's like...
Oh, Nico.
What's Nico up to?
Nico's grabbing lunch in town. I wouldn't be surprised if he woke up like an hour ago.
Yeah.
NBA starts up late.
Oh no, he's just zonked and hasn't come. So, yeah.
Yep, hearing all the goodness.
Nice. The delay used to be worse. I think the delay at worst was like 10 minutes when you were dropping like frames every second. But since we've messed around with the network a bit, it's gotten a lot better. So.
Is there do we add a delay in there on top of it, or no? No, it's just implied.
Yep. So yeah, since we were dropping frames, it was getting really bad.
Once we get a new computer, I'm sure it'll help a lot.
It's actually the network.
Really? That?
The down there they were streaming it.
Mm-hmm.
What did you name it?
The garbage.
The garage floor. Simon Gala is launching the garage floor. I still think it would have been really funny if you named it. What's it called? What were we saying? Oh yeah, 17 to 30 feral hogs.
This is Fort Peter. Fort Peter. Do you copy over?
How do I super? Oh my God, it's Matt!
Tango.
Hey Chris. Matt.
Hey Peter, we're
How do I super chat for a dog? Hi Matt.
Where do you want us to put it?
Hi Matt.
They're breaking up over.
We need 1,000 subscribers, and then we can, and then we can get super chats enabled.
Do you want a dog?
A dog.
A dog.
Oh, a dog.
No, I'll take it to someone and I'll ask. That's right. Well, thank you guys. Look at you.
We can like walk around with the camera.
Dogs for sale. Dogs for sale. That could be
no,
really
these are
There's
free.
the condiments.
Oh, thank you. Look at you guys.
These dogs are supported by our subscribers that are getting us to 1,000 subscribers by the end of tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Or else Adam will.
Adam will force us to
He's gonna
host the
come down on
closing
top
ceremony.
of you guys. Yeah.
Who knows
Why did I
what will
just flip
happen if
that?
we have to host the closing ceremony?
Yeah.
It's just banter the whole time.
We'll have to set this tent up on the stage and everything. Like,
Adam, do you want a dog?
Yes, I'll be right there.
There we go. Let's pull him in for an interview. This is a double whammy. He doesn't know it yet. He's getting interviewed.
oh, this is great.
We need another. Oh, there's another chair. Would you look at that? It just has spikes on it. I put those there.
Here we go.
It's a dog eat dog world.
Good stuff on the stream this year. Thanks, Matt. It means a lot.
Good stuff on your stream as well.
The Spaceport stream was actually great. Huge inspiration to it.
Yeah, exactly.
We saw that. We knew we wanted to do this stream too.
A little bit at a time. The next thing you know, they'll be coming here. I don't know. We do like 3 more years of work in two months, maybe.
Man.
A little bit at a time. You make improvements, right?
What are we gonna ask Adam on the podcast? Podcast stream. It's basically a podcast at this point. So we're running a video podcast. This is the Safety Third podcast.
This is actually the Safety Fourth podcast.
Yeah, for legal reasons.
Do you want to turn off the burner there?
Yeah.
Since the generator keeps ramping up for us.
Well, let me get one more.
I don't think you guys heard that, but the generator was revving, and then we turned down the burner, and it is gone.
It's real.
One more on.
Do we need anything from Best Buy and stuff? I don't think so.
Best Buy and stuff.
Do we want?
Do we need a? Do you need another micro HDMI to HDMI? Because mine broke the other day.
We have that one. We have one at the tracking cam.
Yeah.
So you're fine.
We're good.
Okay.
We're fine. Unless we want a third DSLR, but that's not likely.
Not likely.
Any snacks you want them to grab? Or water? I think we all have water bottles. That's right.
What?
I don't know.
You look confused.
Man,
You grab it with your hand.
Mock hasn't static fired yet, have we?
No.
Hey guys,
Not
Yeah,
today.
you've heard not.
you don't happen
like,
to have like
Do you want a hot dog?
forks or something? Oh, is there pork in those?
Yes.
I do not recall.
Very likely.
Probably.
That's fine. Do you have like a fork or like plastic fork or knife or something? Anywhere?
If you go and talk to Carlton, they might.
Yeah.
Are they here?
Yes.
Oh, those guys are good.
Alright, thanks guys.
Because yeah, they were making pancakes and they had a lot of forks and knives.
Oh, nice.
We made some good stuff.
Cool.
Say hi to our top quality live stream content here.
Nice.
Do one of those.
Is that the mock pad?
Huh?
Is the mock pad on screen?
This is, so over here we have the solid pads,
Hey, they're talking about it.
and over here we have,
Nice.
yeah, what's going on with you guys?
Yeah, so we're just doing.
Wait, actually, hang on. Give us,
Put a mic on.
Oh no, no, I don't. Am I gonna talk in front of everyone?
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know enough about what's going on, but I'm sure.
you know more than us.
Oh yeah, so I can.
Oh, you guys
We
picked
can both
two
do
beers.
like a little explanation.
Well, hop on the stream.
Wait, Mom, that I'm gonna be on the live stream. She's watching
Yeah.
this thing.
Will she subscribe?
If she's watching,
So we're
it's
changing
live,
up. We're changing up our igniter. So usually we'd run like a. Is this on?
Yeah, that's on.
Cool.
It's a hot mic.
Nice, nice.
You're live.
That's cool.
Hey.
So we've seen some results out of
Yeah, I
yesterday.
can.
Could-
Yeah. So we did a few. Yeah. So we've done 4 attempts, and a bunch of them were just like ignition problems.
Mhm.
So what we did is, or like with our past few attempts, is we have like a stick. We just got like some branch. We put. Not live?
No, I know. You're good.
Okay.
I'm aware.
And so we take like a gerb and we put the gerb on the end.
Mhm.
And so we'd have the gerb is almost like
It's a little igniter.
It's almost like a little igniter, like a charge, kind of
Okay.
like a charge that would heat up. We would have like a thermocouple that's next to the end of the gerb and like a little spark or like a little thing that would match essentially.
Figured out what's going on.
The way it would work
There we
is
go.
when we activate the spark to ignite the gerb, the thermocouple will detect that there's heat, and that heat would then send a signal to open up the valves and allow flow. But during our last test, the thermocouple didn't actually read, but we saw that the gerb ignited.
Yeah, briefly ignited.
Yeah, so
I think they're still working out. We're still working out what exactly happened that it didn't stay.
yeah, but for like time, what we're gonna do is just manually open up the valves instead of just relying on the thermocouple instead, because we don't know if that is like just thermocouples either not working and stuff like that. So
Do you think doubling up the thermocouple would assist you there, or do you think it was a one-off?
what we were thinking is, well, we would test the thermocouple to make sure that it detects before we actually put it in, and we use it with like a torch of some kind, like I think it's a boron torch.
Little blowtorch thing.
Yeah, but I think the boron torch burns at 1800 degrees C.
What type of thermocouple are you using?
That I don't know. I'm not aware of.
I would imagine it should be a Type K, right?
Well, all I
sure,
know is that when we actually started to actually search and look at how hot this thermocouple would like read up to before we get damaged, it was actually less than the temperature of the boron or of the torch. So what we're thinking is we might have just torched it for the past 4 fires.
Yep. We overloaded at one point with
Or,
the torch
yeah.
and then realized that it had already been overloaded.
Yeah. The last test we did the manual and we were able to get the flow, but the igniter, we had another problem with the actual igniter, so that was the stick. We'd actually hold it in with zip ties in place. So we'd have like the stick, let's just say, and then we'd run.
Put like a drill bit through it.
Yep.
Then
Yeah.
we tied zip ties to that and we fastened it onto
And then the end would have the gerb.
structure. Yeah.
So then it would be able to stay on.
Held in.
But when you would allow the flow to come in through, the stick might just push out and may not have enough time to actually ignite the fuel mixture.
It's what we dealt with
Yeah.
already. So it remains to be seen whether that happens. Again, we want to zip tie it much stronger this time.
We have
around.
Waterloo on the pad with us.
They're helping us make like a
yeah.
like a donut thing. It's more of the same stuff.
It's like a puck. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like what kind of mixture is it? It's like a thermite mixture.
APCB. It's thermite.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah.
So we've got that. We've put it in tape, and we're inserting that into the top of the engine at the injector.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that should hopefully be enough to do it.
So it's just sitting there with like an epoxy, like making sure it's just kind of we're
Yeah.
doing that to stay in place,
That's
and then we're
set.
taking. I don't know if we're not doing the thermocouple in there. We're going to be doing it
I
manually.
was going to ask you. So that
Yeah.
thermocouple, is that specific to what you guys are doing? Has other teams done it successfully,
Most
or
people are using a thermocouple. Like I mean, it measures.
what
So
what would be different about what they're doing versus what you're doing? Is what I'm wondering.
I'm not sure what their like ignition architecture is, but like a thermocouple in general, I mean, you measure temperature
Yeah.
with it. So
Well,
I feel like it would be a pretty common inclusion.
yeah, we did the thermocouple because the line of sight to the actual engine is like obstructed,
Mm-hmm.
and so if we have like a security camera or some camera that looks over the motor to see. To look for a
Yes.
spark, for example, of course.
We're not able
But
to
that
see
there's
up
a
the
slight
engine
there's like
with
a
that.
slight delay.
Yeah, of
and so
course.
now we
100
wanted to we really
milliseconds is everything, right?
yeah we
Right.
really wanted to avoid having to do it manually because we really wanted to avoid the failure mode of like a human error. And because now instead of just having the one failure mode of being the thermocouple, now you're introducing one human error, and now two, you're introducing like a camera delay, which could be a problem. And then another, I think actually I think it was the second day of testing, our cameras actually shut off when the gerb ignited because I think it shook a bit too violently. So that's like another mode. Like, what if the cameras don't work?
We've had a number of camera issues. One time
Yeah.
they ran out of battery, another time they were in the sun and they overheated.
Did you guys add a heat shield to your cameras at that point?
We put like
because a thin
like,
piece
yes.
of tinfoil is all you need, surprisingly, for
Yeah.
a heat shield, which is
we put like a chair
it's
or
interesting,
something over
right?
one.
yeah.
Yeah.
All you need to do is reflect it and push it out, and a little fan even.
Yeah. So we'll see how it goes this time.
Mhm.
I think it's been 6, not 4.
Well, that's including the test before LC, but I'm just strictly talking about LC. We've done 4 attempts.
Yep.
Yep. We've actually run 2 per day, so we're usually running
2 successful ones, you're saying?
No, we haven't gotten any yet.
Any fully successful runs?
Yeah,
Not
but
yet.
we've gotten
We had that brief ignition last time.
Okay, I don't know if I caught no, I didn't catch the last one. 2 times ago, I did catch a little bit of it on the live stream there, and I have the video of it. And somebody brought up that the ignition wasn't inside the nozzle; it was outside. Which
exactly
is such
that was our first attempt. Yeah, so
it's such an interesting concept to think about.
So let me explain that to you. So we actually, before we held in the igniter in the chamber with like stronger with like zip ties or whatever, we did it with an elastic band, with a bunch of elastic. Big mistake, because
it just, like, instantly snapped.
Yeah. So the moment the actual GURB ignited, one elastic side just completely snapped. And so now it was outside of the chamber, and it's just now just moving around on its own.
And it was still ignited the drib itself, and so as it's rotating, it's hanging on like a thread or like an elastic. It drifts into the line of the gas flow and ignites that, but it's already outside the chamber. It's already downstream.
So the GURB was outside of the actual engine and outside the nozzle, and it just by chance happened to move in front of the plume. And so the actual ignition occurred outside of even the nozzle. It was just right there.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's pretty amazing.
It was actually really cool to see. I have the security footage. It was awesome. It was just like a big brief fireball, and then it just went away. I was like, oh wow. But yeah, it was actually really loud. You heard like a big loud boom just from like just. I think we were the safe zone's like 100 meters or so from right. Yeah, it was like actually pretty loud from there. I really shot. Yeah, I never heard a combustion yet.
Wow,
it was really cool.
It was a test last it was like last November or something, where we had it test hot fire test between 2 bricks, and the flame ended up anchoring itself like a distance away from the nozzle between the 2 bricks, and the gas flow just extended to there, and then you had the actual flame. So we keep running into this, but we'll see now.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for joining us.
Yeah.
This has been the Griddle, and we're gonna move back to our regular programming.
Cool.
Cool. Right. Yeah. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again.
Awesome. Yeah. Hopefully you can get. We're looking for another hot fire attempt, maybe around in an hour or so. Hopefully, we'll see. Hopefully we can get another 2 in for today.
Another in the early evening.
Oh yeah.
See how it goes.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. We'll go to the. We'll start handing out these dogs to unsuspecting participants.
We should definitely do that. We definitely can't get a live stream without that.
No, we'll come back to it.
The garage floor.
Well done.
Okay.
I
used the
What?
sawdust from the fins to fill the
Creative.
epoxy.
Nice. That's creative.
Is that wood? Yep. Yeah, it's just plywood.
I mean, as long as it goes
Oh
up.
yeah, that'd be funny. You hold it in the
Right?
long and you go up.
That's awesome.
Thanks.
Come on. Cool.
Come on. I'll get some jaws in some going. Don't die. What I'll say is you'll have to take it out. In here? Where are the
you stop holding it after it's like 2 beeps or something. It's like trying to, or 3 beeps, and then it picks up.
Where am I playing so far? maybe I'll do an over. We can overlay later.
Oh, I'd actually have the camera on the other because you want your camera to not be blocked by the
Don't worry about it. How do you know when to turn it off? Or sorry.
So it should keep it relatively level.
Oh, it's like. I just did.
Interesting. Cool.
Now I've got.
Now you're relatively stable. Do you want lav mics to also have attached?
Let's just overlay the music and make a quick video out of this. I think that's the easiest way to go about this.
Actually, you know what you could do? You can make it yourself because then it's a parody. Like that's allowed.
Okay, so we're gonna do a voice overlay after is what I'm hearing.
Oh, you could also just do this while you're going up. You could sing it yourself.
That's not the French accent, but don't parlez-vous français? Pourquoi, whatever I'm trying, and I actually got through it. So somehow I'm learning French via French Talk Radio.
Fuck, I might have to shit.
Next, that was live.
Oh well.
Let's mute these again. coming back on here, folks, to tell you that the next launch that's going on to the pad is not a university launch, but it is a pretty exciting one. This is William from Rockets, as far as I understand, doing a level 4 certification launch. So he's launching a rocket that is, equivalent in impulse to a lot of the universities, but instead of having a whole university supporting him and a whole team working on the rocket, he's doing it himself. So we have our fingers crossed for him and wish him the best. And we'll cover that in a second. To answer Dylan's question, he's flying a scratch-built airframe, so it's doubly impressive. So it sounds like it's going to take about 10 minutes before we go pad yellow. So Natalie, just to answer your question, we have William.
LCO, this is Gabriel Judge. Come in.
Sorry about that. We have William, one of the team members, I believe from Rockets, if I'm not mistaken, who is attempting his level 4 certification launch. So this is his personal rocket, but it's going to be going over 10,000 feet. So, you know, similar sort of elevation to a one of the university launches. This is the highest level of certification from the Canadian Association of Rocketry. William flew this same airframe yesterday in a electronic certification launch, and it barely cleared the pad, but that's all that it needed to do. And yeah, so he's going for his L4 today, which is super exciting. Liam, have any of the in-space people launched their L1s? Kind of, if you include Aaron. He attempted an L1 cert this morning. It was actually the first rocket off the rail this morning, and it did not go well for him. He lost a fin almost immediately, made it to apogee, and his rocket fell to pieces, so he unfortunately will have to try his level 1 certification launch again. But that is the only one of the in-space rockets to launch so far today. Sorry, the man. We don't have any updates on when Arbalist is due to launch. It's yeah, we haven't heard much from them. Couple questions in chat while we wait for this next launch. Any updates on when they plan to launch? The next launch, I believe, is a certification flight. This one's a special one because it is somebody's L4 car certification. The equivalent of that is a Tripoli L3 certification. This is a big motor that he's flying off of one of the pads that the universities typically launch off of. So there's that. So yeah, the pad is... So, yeah, so we should be launching, the pad is hot, the igniter is, I believe, going in, so, or the pad is not hot, but the pad is going red. The igniter is going in, they will be backing away from the pad shortly. So after that, we have our university teams certified to launch their rockets. Typically not. Usually the university teams will get a mentor or flyer of record, it's typically called, and they will be, they essentially sign off on behalf of the university team to perform that launch, provided they are comfortable with what the university team is launching. Some university teams definitely do have members that are certified up to CAR L4, which is typically what they fly at, or Tripoli L3, or NAR L3. However, given the limited time students are at the university for, typically, ranging between 4 to 6 years, usually people, by the time they would get that certification, have left the university. Any updates on McGill? We have nothing from McGill at the moment. We just know that there's activity at the advanced pad, which is where they are setting up. So we will update you as we get more info.
We'll bring the glizzy cam back. I wish we could. I think we have run out of glizzies at this point, but that may be a thing that can return tomorrow. Ezra commenting, "Hey, live stream team, nice views from up there." There are certainly nice views from our beautiful drone there that's now coming in for a landing to swap out its batteries, I presume. We have a tracking camera mounted on top of the range safety officer's tower as well. So that's where we're getting that one tracking cam with. So that's yeah, we'll see how well Simon tracks up there. He's not too experienced in rocket tracking, but he's done more than a couple so far, so believe the RSO is back with the flyer from the pad. So the pad, I believe, now should be evacuated, meaning that we are getting pretty close to launch. So the rocket that's launching, as you can see there in the bottom left quadrant of your screen, that is a car level 4 certification attempt. That will be going momentarily. Bottom right of your screen, there's Chris Hobbs, the launch control officer. Unsubscribed. Unfortunate. One more step to Adam forcing us to MC the closing ceremonies. We need to get to 1,000 subscribers, folks, then we can take super chats, and it'll be really funny if we get super chats. Maybe if we get super chats, we can do a drag race like the Spaceport live stream was trying to do. The pad is now armed. Flyer has confirmed that they have telemetry. They are go for launch.
Go for launch, you have telemetry? Yep. Okay, excellent.
here. I don't have to ask you if your team is. Yeah, but a couple of the teammates here too. For moral support. I don't need them. You do. Yep. Exactly.
This is William Dessau from ETS. This is his car level 4 certification.
Hey man, I'll borrow your chair for a moment. Otherwise my neck will snap trying to work.
Hey Brendan, which pad is it?
The far solids pad. It's an M class.
Oh, it's an M class.
Car L4 cert.
Oh, wait, is it on the cert pads or is it on the solid pad?
Like the university solids pad.
Okay, that's way back.
Yep.
That's what I thought.
Level 4 personal attempt. This is the highest achievement in Canadian rocketry. So card level 4 certification attempt. This is William Dessau from the Rocket team, Rocket ATS team. Rocket APQ, flying on an M1830.
Flying on an M1830. Car level 4 certification attempt. We're expecting a drogue deployed apogee and a main deploy at 1500 feet.
William indicates go for launch. Discovery indicates go for launch. And RSO is getting me the thumbs up. So, with all stations go for launch, pad A north, pad 2 is continuity. Looking up, skies are clear, winds are nominal. William Dessau with the rocket P2. Countdown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There it goes. Perfect boost there. Waiting for main deploy, or drogue deploy, sorry.
Over.
The Rockets team is very excited there for their team member. It appears they have drogue. The drogue has deployed.
Meters a second ahead. About 10 meters a second. That's 10 meters a second is our
Sounds like the descent rate is 10 meters per second. A little bit slow for a drogue. We'll see if that's actually the main chute. Any updates on Arbalest? Not that we've heard of. We just know that they're setting up at the solids pad, or the advanced pad, for their 2-stage solid launch. They were asking around for some things from some other teams, so sounds like they're still working through some issues right now.
Oh, that was amazing.
Yeah, it was great.
Hey
Brendan tonight, so you can go footage of my flight.
So yeah, it sounds like they have speeds consistent with main, but we're still waiting to see if anybody has eyes on it. Did go pretty high up, so Any McGill news? Nope. Nothing on McGill yet. They are still setting up at the advanced pad.
Just get off of it when I've got everything.
Heard from a McGill team member. They are planning on launching today. That is definitely good news. And yeah, we will wait until we get confirmation from either the pad or the team on when they will exactly be going, but I'm sure they're just taking their time. There's no rush today at Launch Canada, really. So whenever they're ready, they will be able to go. My OBS gave me a notification that it dropped when in the middle of that video, so I will play it again for you guys, just in case you did not see it. That was the video from Mateus's lab scale static fire test that they did. They then followed this with a full scale static fire test.
There's a plane.
Had the stream on in the background, that made me jump. Sorry about that. I assume it was pretty loud. Oh, there's a plane violating our airspace. This is fun. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an airspace violation above us. This is why we look out from the range, or the range safety officer looks around in the sky before we launch. We got a tracking cam on the plane. That's a good idea. You want to go tell Simon to try to get the plane on the tracking cam?
He's not in his shot.
Oh. Send up an L1 to give him a scare. Please, no. I understand. That's a joke. Well, we're back after that slight diversion. Yeah, Carl, you want to come on the stream here and tell everyone what you did? So welcome to the stream, Carl, photographer extraordinaire.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the warm welcome.
Hey. Don't say your last name.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't say what you did.
Yeah.
Maybe you shouldn't say what you did.
Maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. It was a beautiful plane spotting day. Yeah, it was such a beautiful day for some plane spotting. On top of the rocket spotting over here.
Yeah, some plane spotting in airspace they're not allowed to be in.
Yeah.
Alex says hi.
Hi, Alex.
Do you know if Ottawa managed to get the piece they needed? As far as I know, they did. They are fixing a couple things, and they will be heading to the pad shortly. How long shortly is, I do not know, but we will see. They're at their tent right now, so.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, on top of the rocket spotting over here, it's a beautiful, day with no clouds inside, no wind inside, and turns out over here there's a couple interesting, other flying objects that are also flying nearby the area that are beautiful to spot too.
What type of plane was it, Carl?
Navesa has a name.
What?
I
do you
don't
wanna
necessarily do that?
I don't think we should dox this guy on the live stream.
Also, you should take a look at the absolute disgrace that Noah is about to try and launch.
Oh, I've seen it.
What?
Oh, it's
Go
it's
look
amazing.
at Final Safety.
Yeah. Okay.
We're being summoned to the final safety stand. We will be back. Aaron, would you like to take over for a minute?
Sure. It's so good. All right. So let me describe Let me go ahead and describe what they're talking about here. Let me describe the rocket that they're describing as an absolute disgrace. Essentially, for Sebastian, what kind of plane was it? It was hard to tell from a distance. It was definitely like a float plane, like a bush plane with floats on it. That's all I could get out of it.
Aaron, I'm gonna get on tracking camera.
You got it? Yeah. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. So this is a tube that they threw together really fast. They cut half-inch plywood, and it just made square fins into it. And for a nose cone, they took a Tim Hortons cup and epoxied it to the top. And they're gonna fire her off so long as she gets safetied in a second, which I imagine it probably will. Noah is actually a very talented rocketeer. Alright, we now have tracking camera. Moving to that now. We have tracking camera. We also have Chris Cam in the bottom right. As you see, the actual pad camera is not useful here because this is going to be off of the cert pads. So I'm going to move to a dual view so you can get the important views here. Got some Chris Cam here as well for you. Alright. Alright. Moving now. Carl, would you like to pick up a headset and come on with me? Help me describe the launch we're about to see. We have a couple cert launches lined up. We have tracking cam and Chris Cam at the moment. Yeah, there's about to be a couple high power certification flights in a second, so we're gonna probably be able to see them all the way through launch.
We have 3 on the rails right now. On pad 1, we have one called, I think they said the name was Gerald, is that correct? Gerald or Jared, something among those. And 2,000 feet. Oh, looks like we're getting the drone back in the air. Team Nivik. Skies are clear. Are they clear?
4,
5,
3,
4, 3,
2, 1.
Let's get a nice track on this.
Oh.
We have no ignition. And we have a hang fire, unfortunately. For another igniter. There we go. We now have drone footage. This rocket's called Speed of Light. I believe they said an H-77. They have continuity. Skies are clear, winds nominal. Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And ignition. There she goes. That was a high one.
Looks like they're spotting the parachute.
Yeah, seems like they have a visual.
Yeah, it's up there. Easy shoot.
Yes, they have shootout confirmation. Hopefully it doesn't drift too far off the range. Nice, yeah. Congratulations on the nominal flight on that certification. There's Alright, who do we have joining us on the mic here?
We've got Tom from See You in Space.
Nice. Oh, we got 2 more cert flights on this, what's the word? Salvo. So two more flights on the salvo, so they're both going to be cert flights. So we're gonna do our best to convey that information. Of course, we did have a hang fire a second ago, so they're going to have to replace that igniter before we can go out again.
Hello, Alex.
Looks like the rocket landed near the forest and they're on the edge there. That's kind of easy to get.
Alex Jane from Carleton University, is there any topics you would like us to cover? Specifically you. I'm calling you out.
Did anyone answer Sebastian's question there about what plane was
I don't
that
know.
we spotted?
Do you know specifically what it was?
I'm pretty sure it was a Kit Fox amphibious airplane. It was a fancy one.
I could tell it had floats on it. It was meant for the forest. That's all I got.
Oh hell yeah! And it had a pretty livery color too.
Yeah, it was blue and yellow, wasn't it?
Blue and yellow, and almost like Red Bull.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Kind of like it, but not quite
So,
Red Bull.
did you actually get the number off of it?
Yes, we did.
Funny enough, yes, we actually did.
So you took a picture and you managed to identify the registration from here on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we're about to have a launch.
Oh.
It's nominal. Countdown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh,
That one
another
was
good one.
way up.
Oh, I cannot see it
Can't
under
see
the
it
tent.
either?
Totally out of view.
One took off on quite an angle.
I'm pretty sure we have a question there for Tom. Do you prefer waffles or pancakes, and why?
I actually prefer pancakes. You can put a lot more things in pancakes. Blueberries, oats. I make my own batter from scratch. It's just easier. Also, waffle irons are a pain to clean. So, it's honestly just easier to slap pancake batter on a frying pan and call it a day.
I don't know though, Tom.
That's a really good point.
I would argue waffles have its own pockets for different toppings. So you could have different pockets of, like, blueberries in one square, and maybe strawberry chunks on the other square, and some jam and whatnot. And it's self-contained within each of the pocket squares.
Well, yeah, but I mean, for actually putting the fruit in the batter, I mean, sometimes I add flaxseed. And,
oh, I see.
Put a lot of protein in the pancakes. They're super. I mean, they're really heavy, but they fill you up quick. So it's just easier to clean. Is the bottom line? It's just easier.
That's a good argument. But with the protein, technically, you could also make chicken teriyaki waffles, which adds all of your protein in it. So you got all of that covered. You could put a little bit of fruits, a little bit of veggies, and a little bit of protein in your waffle, and it will still be crunchier than your pancakes too.
Either that, or you keep adding oil to the pan, or cook bacon before you cook the pancakes, and then you cook the pancakes in the bacon fat.
I see. And follow-up question: oats and pancakes. Interesting.
Well, oats are some of the cheapest, most nutritious food you can buy. They're one of the most filling foods you can have at any point in the day, but also breakfast. So that's why I do it. Because half the time pancakes are super airy and don't have time to eat a million of them before going off on your day. So.
And pancakes, I guess you could fold them up too and make a taco out of them, a taco pancake. There we go.
Pancake taco.
Is the cam?
Yeah, just turned on the camera, yeah.
Carl waved at the camera.
Yeah, just while our tracking cam is down. So we're still close to recovery, can't go out yet. Still waiting for them to fire off these cert rockets. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, we will take off and ask Chris if it's okay to go. Okay, never mind. Chris is not going to say it's okay to go, so...
Would you like to explain what it means to be the monstrosity?
Oh, let's try to get Noah in here to show it.
Yeah, we should just bring him on here. There's no way that I can explain what that thing is.
I want to see what he's done to it since I last saw it. Because I saw the nose and I saw the fins.
What was on the nose and what was on the fins?
I think you're going to have to wait and be surprised here because, yeah. Oh yeah, guys, can you come show this?
We were just gonna
Yeah, walk us through.
Okay.
Walk us through your garbage.
So am I live here?
You're live.
Okay, so this here is the vibes-based engineering rocket.
Yeah.
Created by myself here and Simon Olivier over here. This was started as a little challenge from 2 Launch Canada staff who will remain unnamed. To see if we could build a rocket faster than it took William Dussault to prepare his level 4. We didn't quite make it in time, but it was close. Very close. And this involves some very advanced technologies such as the square fins, the duct tape based centering ring, the Timmy's nose cone, and honestly, that's just the least of it. So this thing should be hitting about 29,000 feet, Mach 3.5. So, anyways, it should be pretty good. But we're gonna go load it up on the pad. So keep tuning to the live stream and subscribe, bell notification, smash the like button. You know what you guys know what to do.
Let's do it.
Thank you.
Do you actually have a parachute? In the back.
It's awful.
Genuinely, I would be very curious as to what kind of design they were going after for the nose cone there. It looks very aerodynamic and very stylish, you know.
You know, the funniest part about this is the first 2 launches of the day were failed certification flights on beautiful looking rockets. And I wouldn't be surprised if this one has a completely nominal flight. It's really going to show. It's not about how it looks, it's all about how it performs. We also have the other cert rocket. Seems like returning to the pad, or is this a new one?
This might be the one where the igniter failed, so
That's
they
what
might
I'm-
have
that's
slapped
what I'm
a
wondering, yeah.
different igniter in it. Headed back out to the pad.
I have my lunch sitting in front of me, but I can't eat it yet because there's too much excitement. And also because I chipped a tooth today, so that, you know, makes it a little bit more difficult. Oh, it's okay. The Tylenol has hit, so I'm good. So we've just been informed McGill is now on the rail. So we will be continuing to deliver you updates as soon as we get them, but it's an exciting time for McGill. We're hoping to get lots of people come out to see the Monstrosity. We're very excited to watch its flight. What did they say? Mach 3, 29,000 feet. This is going to be a very good flight. Did they say what motor they're flying?
Oh, it's definitely like
That's
It's an N10,000. That's good to know. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna probably go to space.
It's actually a P2500. I promise. Swear I didn't make that up.
Well, whatever it is, it's gonna be entertaining.
No, Vivian McGill has not launched yet. They, last we heard, were on the rail. We don't know if they've begun filling yet either. All we know is that they're on the rail.
Yeah, we'll bring those updates to you as soon as we get them ourselves.
You give him the monitor, he will give you the rocket. Give him the shade. Stand on the ground. Hey! Stand on the ground.
So yeah, once they begin filling, it is a relatively quick turnaround to launch. It depends on the team. Different teams take different amounts of time to launch. From what I understand, McGill takes 10 minutes to fill. Am I correct in that assertion? Anywhere between 2 minutes and 40 minutes. So I think McGill takes 10 minutes, or not 2 minutes, like between 10 minutes and 40 minutes. I think McGill takes between 10 and 15 minutes, yes. So once we got that, usually by the time they're done filling, it's pretty much they go vertical and launch immediately after.
Looks
Also,
like
we
the
discovered a new bug, guys. Look at this guy.
looks like the abomination has returned for something missing.
Look at him.
Yeah, quick update. The Monstrosity's rail button needs to be replaced, so
Bella.
we will have to wait a little bit longer to see
the beautiful launch
yeah,
of the
beautiful.
blunt nose
beautiful
rocket.
space shot with a Timmy's cup.
This is going to be an incredible launch. I'm looking forward to it.
Are square tubes allowed? I do have to ask. Is that a no-go? Galvanized square.
We're being asked if square tubes are allowed.
Just get a piece of aluminum extrusion.
Aluminum's definitely not allowed.
As a body tube.
But I've thought about that too, about using just a piece of square aluminum.
I understand steel, because then you're anti-lightweight, but
it has to be, I guess, a galvanized steel.
The general, like, the rule of thumb, the golden rule, is that if the RSO says it's okay, then it's okay. Now, there are a lot of mechanical reasons you don't want to use a square steel. Or, like, a square aluminum. Like, then there are weak points in the pressure, especially when you're firing the ejection charge, but I mean...
yeah, that's going to be an issue with steel.
I can't help but notice that I think you may also be able to attempt to launch a tripod. Would that be a possibility?
What do you mean a tripod? Like
a camera tripod, when standing in front of us here.
Oh, so where would the motor go? Just in the middle?
Just in the middle. There's exactly a tube down in the middle.
There's actually a specific fallacy, and this is what when rockets were first developed in the early 1900s. That's what they thought. They thought it'll be stable if the mass is below the propulsion system. Turns out that's not true, because in flight dynamics, the majority force is coming from that center of pressure, as well as the center of mass, in the relation between them, right? And so what you actually end up getting is once it starts wobbling, it wobbles back and then wobbles back and then wobbles back until it flips over. So that's why you don't want to keep your center of mass behind your center of thrust in the rocket.
So all you're saying is that we need to add a lot of copper shot to the top of that
tripod.
top of that tripod.
What if we made the fins so that it touches the ground so you don't need a stand?
Well, I think that if you you need a rail, right?
What if you had fins that protruded further down than the motor?
Oh, so you're suggesting you stick fins into the ground so far that it uses the ground as its rail? Like a silo almost.
You do basically delta fins, but I don't know
Right.
if it's when you extend it further. And then
Yeah.
it's on 3 points, so it's flat relative to the ground.
Yeah. Where's the center of pressure of a tripod? I don't know. We're going to have to run that through ANSYS to figure out. Alright, if you look behind us here, there goes the folks with the Monstrosity. They're going to be walking it out to the pad, getting it ready to launch. Looking forward to that. They're taking some lovely pictures that way.
It has a state-of-the-art
go.
material selection there. Very high-tech rocket.
So we've been trying to say all week how building rockets is not as complicated or difficult as people might think at first, and I think this is really a testament to that. Look, they built it in around 2 hours from parts that they found around the site here. So they're not near any of their like proper rocket building equipment.
No. It's just a very advanced rocket. You know, all natural rocket. That very high, state-of-the-art, and compostable.
There's a really important question in chat. Nothing else matters except what team is the launch team on. Team Edward or Team Jacob? The rocket is white and orange. So McGill are not flying yet. McGill have not started filling yet. They're on the pad, but they're not flying. Currently, we're waiting on a couple high-power rockets, not from the teams, but from individuals. Some of them are certification flights. Some of them are just for fun. The team here is really looking forward for the launch of the Monstrosity, where if you missed it, it was made in about 2 hours, and it's flying with a Tim Hortons cup as the nose cone. Alright, Chris, our LCO, is getting ready. There, you can see. The drone shot sees the team on the pad.
Brenda, do you have internet on your phone? Yeah. Could I borrow real quick just to Google something? Trying to figure out the transport from that plane. I just want to see it myself.
What team am I on, Mr. Commentators? The sexy vampire or the sexy werewolf? That's a really good question. What about the rest of the commentators too? Because I've got to think about that. I've thought about it before, and I haven't really had a statement. I've always been of the opinion that Bella was genuinely better off on her own without either of them, but I don't think that counts.
I have absolutely no context to the question.
Oh, this is about Twilight.
Oh, okay. But I think my answer would remain the same either or. going with Vampire.
Okay.
Um,
That's the one that won in the end, I'm pretty sure.
Oh. Well, you just gotta go with my gut and say Vampire.
Important questions, important discussion out here at Launch Canada.
Only the most technical topic. She didn't deserve either of them.
She didn't deserve either of them. I don't know. I think none of them were right for each. You know, everyone talks about Team Jacob or Team Edward. No, it should have been Edward and Jacob together.
I agree.
That's what it should have been.
I agree.
And we've got another one of the commentators, Brendan, here. He's just working on his cert rocket. He's tying some cords. He's getting ready to fly, double checking everything, making sure everything's attached before the flight. He just laughed because he knows I'm saying that because I forgot to attach something to my rocket. Yeah, I forgot to attach the parachute to my rocket, guys. Yeah.
I just want to give an update to who was that asked what a plane it was.
Yeah.
I don't know if they actually plane. The model, at least.
Oh yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, to whoever asked what plane was around in the sky in the area, I just want to provide you some update. We did actually know, we figured out what model it was. It's essentially Zenair CH-801, or also known as Zenith CH-801, with the floats on.
There's my mistake. Drink some water. Alright. There, Brandon. Here's the plane.
You just tried to calculate thrust to weight by F equals MA.
Yeah, so Simon just tried to calculate thrust to weight by using F equals MA. Which, well, to be fair, that is how you find your weight.
Oh no, that's how you find. I mean, he was finding his acceleration. His acceleration was 100 whatever meters per second squared, but he didn't divide it by gravity. When he could have just divided the thrust by the weight in newtons.
Yeah.
Not that we've heard.
All this to say, make sure you stay hydrated out here. Drink lots of water. Oh, can we do a water bottle flip? Oh, that was close. Ooh. Water bottle flipping competition. First one to get it gets this zip tie.
Hell yeah, I'm down.
It's yellow. It's been cut, but it can be reused. Ooh.
No, it's all about the skill. Brandon did it.
Brandon also dabbed.
Brendan also dabbed once he did it. Here, your prize, sir.
2015 called. They want their dance moves back.
All right. It's a much slower day here out at Launch Canada. The weather's still fantastic though. Just most of the university teams have already gone.
Hatman001, I'd like to see you try.
Yeah, our bottle flipping skills are in fact abysmal. It's true. Oh, but Tom got it. Very, very nice. Alright. I see Noah out there with a camera. Looks like they're going to be launching very soon.
Do you know they're launching the Abomination?
Yes, they're moving to launch the Abomination very, very shortly.
I might try and see if I could get any pictures of the Abomination as it launches. So I will be heading up to the front.
Alright, well if anyone could get a nice picture, it'd be Carl here. He has snapped some incredible shots this week. I'm super duper impressed.
I will now be stealing Carl's chair because I was in the sun and it's hot outside.
Thanks. Stu was standing for like almost an hour in like dirt.
I'm gonna have a 2-liter bottle of water for recovery, but there's gonna be no water in it.
Well, there is a water bottle refilling station, which you should definitely use because it's really important to stay hydrated. At least we're not going very, very far. We would probably be back within a half an hour. Yeah, so future really good to have live telemetry. That would be fantastic. And Infinite was about who is currently on the pad as text on video. Yeah, so we actually can have outputs of who's currently on the pad. An issue that we're running into is teams are going onto and off the pad so frequently, especially at the advanced pad. They're across the site, and we only have one radio line of communication to them, so it's really hard to tell on our end. As far as live telemetry from the teams, we try to get callouts, but even the teams have a hard time getting their live telemetry. So if someone came to us with a link, that would be amazing. We'd love to display that. I think that would be amazing. We just haven't really had an opportunity yet, but I'd love to see that. It'd be great to have a readout of how their altitude is. Simon just walked by the camera. Alright, we at Launch Canada are all really looking forward to these next couple launches. They should be great, exciting ones.
Especially the Monstrosity.
Well, the Monstrosity is going to be fantastic.
Aaron, I'm gonna try and set up tracking for the ship.
Yes, please do. Simon's going to go set up tracking for this rocket. Alright, this next rocket, before the Monstrosity, sounds like it's going to be a card level 2 cert attempt.
So we still haven't heard anything about McGill.
Justin Bennett.
Yes, yes, you do. One, and then Jeff over there. So you're yes.
So currently it sounds like this is Justin Bennett, who is attempting a CAR L2 certification.
about to go into sequence, so Monster's going for a hot fire. So we'll let that happen.
Okay, sounds like we're going for a hot fire on the statics pad. But I don't believe we have view of it.
No? Well, it's fun to see it.
Oh, no, it's not mock.
Drone's on the way. I was hovering here because we were waiting on this whole situation.
It seems like the drone's moving its way over there, so we'll try to get that drone view pulled up for you on full. Any Toronto updates? We do not have updates on Toronto. Brendan, what's the last you heard about UTAT?
I've heard nothing.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything on UTAT yet.
They were here pretty late last night because they tried to push forward with that.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. There used to be a pencil hooked
Yeah.
up to this.
It's not likely they'll be launching in the next couple hours, likely. As it does take a lot of time to set up a hybrid engine, and as well as fuel.
3 p.m.
Oh, it's 3 p.m. Okay.
This is where we have motors that are complicated.
I could be, I guess.
Down so they don't move. They just fire.
Or no, I can't. I'm not going to do it.
Static pad has 3 tests.
I could if you were doing cars. You know, you want don't do
Yeah, update on you, Ottawa. They are not yet on the pad. Last we checked, they're not immediately going to. I'd say there's probably a reasonable chance they're going to attempt to launch by the end of the day, but we need to get through the salvo first and then see where people are at.
I don't recall. Did they have not? I don't believe they've passed final safety yet, have they?
I don't believe so. I think as soon as they do, they're going to move right to the pad.
Yeah, that would be my guess. The last I saw that they were pretty crowded around their rocket, so they were still working hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we know it would probably be easier if all the teams could update all of you folks directly. Unfortunately, we just don't have the network set up around here, so thanks for bearing with us. We know we're the only line of communication to some of these teams for you folks, so we appreciate you sticking with us.
Ordos has not fired yet, right?
Alright, sounds like Oranos is going to be doing a hot fire. So I'll switch to drone cam on full here so you can take a look.
So the way that you do it, this side, this way, and then you place this in the thing of how many seconds you want to take off. I see it. So that's you're taking 3 seconds off of maximum.
Bearing us with us. Where's the bear? There actually are a lot of bears out here. We spotted a few on the way back to Timmins yesterday. There are a few reports of bears being spotted at the side of the road.
We saw
one. Be careful of bears and mooses, particularly at dusk and at dawn. So for most of us, we end up driving into the forest at dawn and leaving the forest at dusk. So you really want to be careful of that. Any Arbalest updates? We have no updates from Arbalest. They're probably the ones we've heard of. It's been the longest since an update from York University. Unfortunately, the second we do, we will bring that to you. Right now, they just have a bunch of high-power certification flights and the Monstrosity loaded up on the rail. We're also looking at Oronos's static fire. Oronos is which school?
Poly.
From Polytechnic.
Yeah.
Alec, just on the pad. Let me know if you need that.
Yeah, cool. I will do that problem after the statics.
Okay, I will take care of it.
Going into a hot fire of this engine here.
That's fine. Thank you.
No, to the user Hatman1, there aren't very many polar bears in the area here. They're mostly black bears. Alright, they're moving on with the hot fire. Hey Alec, we're being informed that the drone is currently pointed at UBC.
Oh. That's where's Orno set?
Polytech is beside the ATS trailer. Yeah, thanks for that. That's a pretty good catch.
Because I thought that was ETS right there. Okay, well there's a Polytechnic tank then. It's right there. They should move the tent away.
Yeah, update from
I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah. So yeah, our drone operator Alex says thank you. He appreciates that a lot. That would have been embarrassing if we missed the fire because we were looking at the wrong test stand. Update from OTSR. Team recovered the rocket with only cosmetic damage. They were less than 2% off target altitude. That is a fantastic launch. 4K onboard footage recovered. Yeah. Actually, if you guys are able to bring it to us, we might be able to show it on the stream at some point. But yeah, do look at their socials.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah, no worries. Oh, sounds like we're going to be moving to the L1 certs here.
No, throw your drone up. We have 10 minutes. I've got to swap batteries and fly back. That's what I've got to do.
Yep, so our drone operator is coming in to change the batteries. So we're going to lose our drone footage for the cert launches, unfortunately, but we will get the tracking cam on them.
You can, if he streams, you can pull in stream, but it's gonna have a delay. It'll be weird. Not worth it.
I'm waiting for the
Alright, there's a discussion in chat right now. If you had a brown bear, a black bear, and a polar bear, and you choose one to defend you from the others, which one would you choose? I'd go polar bear, probably.
Yeah, I'm going polar bear.
Yeah, the polar bear...
6 seconds, but there's 7 and 5 to do. Which one do you choose?
How high are you on?
So it's 5 from ignition, so what is it? 5 isn't 5.
motor burnout is 2 seconds after ignition.
Yeah, but I'm
9 seconds after. So that's about.
Yeah, we're still waiting on updates.
Before he deployed.
Sounds like we're go for launch. We're gonna get our tracking camera back up. Fantastic. So moving to our tracking camera here. Our drone's coming in for a landing, so we're not going to get drone footage of these launches.
Okay, excellent. Okay, good. Okay, we have your witnesses. Okay?
We're only going to get tracking camera footage. Coming off of pad 4. So here's a car level 2 search, Cicerone I-140. So there's a Pine 4 on the launch box. Continuity, pad 4's go. Skies clear, woods nominal. Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Whoa, the sound of that one. People saying heads up. Woo! Wow. Wow, that was one heck of a recovery. That was so quick. Up and down. Gorgeous. Gorgeous flight.
Beautiful sound. Probably not supposed
right
to sound like
off
that.
the road there. Don't even have to go far in order to find it.
Easiest recovery of all time right there.
Alright, a couple updates in chat. Nothing from McGill yet. We're still waiting to hear from them. What happened to the 55 kilometer distance GPS data of yesterday? Real data recovered. To follow up on that, UVic rocket recovery, Andrew 1 successfully located. That's great news. The sword that was broken has been recovered. All parts of the rocket are accounted for. Hardware seems largely intact. Yep. So that's the news there. We don't have specific information on whether or not the 55 kilometers was accurate. Everyone at the site seemed to think it probably wasn't. And in fact, I'm getting nods of heads right now too. Yeah. So we're pretty sure that the 55 kilometers was accurate. We don't have a specific reason as to why that was the data that was displayed. What do you mean? Oh yeah. Yeah, I'd quite like to recover my motor, like, what's it called, my motor casing from the field. Those are expensive parts. A motor casing runs you up to around $100 for a new one, so
yeah,
getting that back would be ideal. And a motor retainer is around $35 for a machined aluminum one. The rest of the rocket's relatively cheap. But it's those motor parts, those specialized aluminum parts.
And if I find Aaron's rocket before he does, I'm taking it, because I don't want to pay for one either.
Oh, the rocket's not going to be able to fly.
I just want the motor.
You're welcome to borrow mine. I don't have a motor. Motors are expensive too. My flight cost me around $70.
Oh.
For that launch.
Actually, I thought it'd be more. I know nothing about L-cert launches, but
Yeah, so an H class motor usually runs between like $50 and $80.
Okay.
The M and O US, well, like I gave a range. The O class and like M class and N class motors can run up usually to around $1,000, $1,200. Those are the ones that the teams from the universities are launching on.
so could you build in your backyard? Yeah. The motor you have to order as a specific kit, but or as yeah, you have to buy the motor itself. But yes, you could build a rocket in your backyard essentially.
Well, it seems like we had a motor, Kato.
That would explain the noise, actually.
Let's see if you can see right here.
The crowd gathering around the motor Kato.
Yeah, you can see the crowd behind us.
Well, in whatever condition it's in, it does seem to be very entertaining. So.
Yeah, sounds like some Carleton people are loading up their cert flights, which is really, really exciting. We'd love to see folks that get into rocketry from their university teams really take it to the more personal level with these certification flights, and that's what we're seeing a ton of at this competition, which is, I think, something almost unique to this competition, because you're launching both the university projects as well as individual projects at the same time. Something really exciting that we're able to do at Launch Canada. Sounds like we have an L3 coming up next.
I don't know if it was joking, but did hear that this will be a heads-up flight.
Yes, it will be. We have to watch the skies because this is an L3 attempt. This is pretty. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. This is the Monstrosity.
Oh, this is the Monstrosity.
This will be great. Alright, let's step outside here so we can take a look at this launch. Chris is making some good call-outs here on the launch. Waiting for the go-ahead from the Rocketeer here. Lots of folks gathered today to watch this launch. Everyone's excited for it.
Yep.
Yes, lots of people are running to watch this thing go up.
This will be very entertaining.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Hoping for the best for the group that built it. I saw at least 6 people working on it when I checked in. Sounds like he's on the LCO tower.
Skies are clear, winds are nominal.
Five down, five,
four,
four, three,
two,
two, one. Ignition.
Well, we said this was going to be entertaining. There you go.
That was something. That was incredible. I think everyone here's heart rate just doubled. Nobody knew where that was going.
How many flips was that?
Blue B1C2. Yeah, that was the Tim Hortons rocket.
Yeah. Immediate shred of at least one or more fins, and then.
I don't know about a shred. I think it just wasn't aerodynamically straight.
Well, yeah.
We'll see. We'll see our post-flight analysis there, but that was an incredible launch.
I can't imagine that those fins stayed on, though.
I'm looking forward to watching back that footage. I hope you all got to see it. By heads-up flight, we just mean they were saying it sarcastically as a joke. They were saying, oh, this is a super powerful rocket. Heads-up flight meaning everyone out of the tents. This is a high-power rocket. It may come in range of where you are, so everyone look out for it. This was an extremely small rocket, right? It was the Tim Hortons one being flown far enough away that it wasn't likely to come near us. Yeah. So by heads up flight, they're all joking about that. When is Yorkview Arbalest launching? We still don't have word from them, unfortunately. So we're really looking forward to a post-flight analysis on that flight.
I want to see the wreckage of that.
Oh, it's gonna be like really intact, basically. Just the current's just a little roasted.
Noah, do you have any comments for the stream on that launch? Okay, okay. Nothing but,
Well, I didn't capture the motor casing itself, but I captured all of the other stuff flying after the freaking motor disappeared off into the sky.
Carl has some incredible high-speed photos he's taken of that launch. Has BSS launched, or are they going to be able to today? They haven't launched yet. We're not sure if, they haven't safetied yet, if I'm not mistaken. So they may do it in the next couple hours. Otherwise, they're going to have to attempt tomorrow morning. We're still waiting to hear confirmation from BSS.
I couldn't even.
Last I heard about it, they're still a little while out of safety. Yeah, this was truly a community-built rocket that just launched. Everyone contributed. I even contributed. I lent some tools.
So taking a look at Carl's photos, the Timmy's Cup was immediately ejected and the motor went straight out of the...
Really?
The entire casing, the entire thing just went straight to the top of the target.
It shot straight up through the rocket.
Through the rocket, yeah.
That is really funny.
Yeah, Carl's got a good photo of the nose cone ejecting.
The motor just shot straight through the rocket. Yeah, the rocket's still there.
Yeah, the rocket is still there.
The rocket's still on the pad.
The rocket is still in the pad.
Do not retain a motor with tape. I saw what you had. That does not happen here or anywhere else. Okay. No good. Okay. So quick hit about it and put it on social media somewhere else. Not here. Okay. Thank you. I saw electrical tape like this much on it. And I didn't RSO it either. Okay. Let's get serious here. Okay. That was pretty bad. I don't mind a rocket doing that when it's like about 2,000 feet up, but when it's only like about 150, that's not good.
Any update on you, Ottawa? They haven't come and told us anything yet. We can go personally check on them, but they still haven't safetied last I checked. Oh, sounds like we're gonna have a fire on the static pad, if I'm not mistaken. Although I could be mistaken.
Who's firing? Who's firing on the statics?
I didn't hear. Hey, would you like to come commentate on the live show?
Not quite yet. We need to think of a funny little bit.
Okay.
We also need to prep Launch Canada
Mm.
on site there. We'll have hash browns. The feed truck.
Delicious. So I'm gonna have to check to see if the range is open, because I still have to go out on recovery. I will pass it off to a different commentator to take on.
So I actually just have eyes on the Monstrosity. It passed through view about 3 minutes ago. I just watched a quick breakdown of what went wrong. So the Timmy's Cup kind of got ripped in half as the motor casing launched through the entire body of the rocket, and then proceeded to do a couple loops in the air before flying off. Other than that, the rest of the structure is fully intact. All the fins are still on, and the body tubes are still fully intact. It is literally just the internal motor retention and the nose cone Timmy's Cup that suffered damage at all. Of course, the motor casing and spent motor are nowhere to be found as of yet, but.
We're gonna go out on recovery with some of the in-space folks after they launch.
Yeah, so yeah, specifically to answer your question, Blue B1C2, yeah, it wasn't it wasn't so much that it was sketchy. It just wasn't strong enough for the motor that was being flown. So yeah, it punched straight through the airframe and out the top. Hatman, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not much of a polar bear guy myself. I mean, if I had to face one, I'd be, pretty terrified. But bear claw, I think it goes to the grizzly bear. I think it goes to the grizzly bear.
I trimmed it too.
Yeah. This year, yeah, we hope the Yorku's gonna. Hopefully they launch today. I know they've been working pretty hard. That's what's the latest you'll launch today. So the latest we'll launch today will be about 5:30. The motor, was it an I-140? Is that no? What was the motor for the Monstrosity?
So they didn't actually say the real motor.
Fair enough.
They came in here and said it was an N2000. Pretty sure it wasn't.
No, it was totally a P class, nothing else. I promise. Either way, it was it was a 38 millimeter casing, I believe. 29 Monstrosity. Oh, it's okay. So it was my bad, not a 38. It was a. Okay. Looks like we've got a hot fire about to happen.
Cook egg on that. Stick with that. We should.
But yeah, Blue One, B1C2, to specifically answer your question, we were not informed of what the motor exactly was. We have a quick update. It sounds like BSS is actually heading for inspection soon, so good news. Let's hope they pass their inspection and are hopefully ready to fly soon.
So we are red on the static pad. It's mock. Mock is going to be hot firing momentarily. We're trying to rip the drone over there as fast as we can to get some footage for you. Oh. We're coming back home now. And then we'll get back out there as fast as we can.
They're searching for Aaron's rocket. That it was the first rocket today. The bean rocket, right? Yeah, the bean one.
Oh, I was just wondering why the camera changed all of a sudden.
Does it change to my map when I do that too?
It doesn't show the map, it shows a black screen and then just the, yep.
Okay, interesting. Because I went to basically a map mode there to see my routes.
I see. Alec is explaining that he went to a map mode there and he was checking on his routes to the solids pad. Gotta save that battery, make sure he's being nice and efficient in his...
I've got plenty, it's just, you know, it tends to be I go hover there and then it's still another 20 minutes.
Yeah, we have gone red, but that could mean that we're waiting a little while before we get out there.
I just heard a countdown. Did not hear any announcement on the radio, but it was just kind of in the background. We'll see if there's a hot fire coming up here for mock. Oh, there it is. That's ignition. And shutdown. Seemingly successful hot fire there from mock.
No, we told them to change the igniter.
Live stream to statics.
We have Mohi there in the chat. Mohi was here literally yesterday. Hi Mohi. We miss you.
Looks like we're gonna have a possible launch by UBC here. Still a while out, but looking pretty good here. Right beside us is a truck with a giant antenna on the back, looking kind of like a warthog from Halo. But they're taking it off, so you won't be able to see it once it comes into the line of sight for streaming. Is there a safety risk, or is it relatively safe? Are you referring to the ladder right now on stream next to the rocket? Because if we were to launch right now, right next to the ladder, that would not be safe. But they're not launching just yet, so looks like they're doing a little bit of work prior to. So. Yeah, completely agree with what Mohi just added there in the chat. Everything's done with safety in mind for sure. Yeah.
Is UBC the
I too trust Mohi with my life. Drove me to and from site on some of the days. So definitely a man of his word and of safety. Huge shout out to Mohi actually, and Sam and Mavissa, and all the other MDA volunteers who came out to support Launch Canada, as well as our other sponsors such as Pratt & Whitney and Cesaroni, and others that I cannot think off the top of my head right now. No problemo, Mohi. Definitely was a fun time. And it was actually a lot of fun. We rented. Sorry, there's some chatter going on in the back. Yes, that is correct. There's launch commanding officer, and then the launch control officer. Sorry, and there is also a range safety officer as well, who looks after the safety of the range, making sure that no one is at the pad when the pad is hot. To clarify, the static test area is a separate area from the advanced badge. Here, I will show you the drone footage in a sec. Let me just pull it up. U Ottawa is going out onto the rail. Bear with me. There we go. There's the drone footage for you. You'll see 2 cars moving.
They're just returning.
There. Looks like they're returning. Looks like they're returning from the advanced pads.
So for reference, here's the advanced pads.
So you can see the advanced pads there.
And we care about what's happening right here. In the center of the screen is a 2-stage.
And in the center of the screen is a 2-stage. That's UBC. And then over here is the statics. For those of you who are just joining now, UBC is at the pad and they are hot.
Yes, Ottawa has passed safety.
Yes, Ottawa has passed safety. Looks like they are going for it.
Ignition, fire!
Oh, they're firing. There you go! There goes UBC!
Oh, yeah!
Woo!
Hell yeah!
Holy. Oh, we are just hearing it now from the solids pad. Beautiful two-stage.
What a launch!
It went all the way up. Sounds like they had a nominal takeoff. I've lost sight of it, but others haven't. UBC potentially just broke the Launch Canada height record. I believe it might be 50,000 feet, but we'll wait to hear back. Looks like
Zach just said first stage.
looks like the first stage of the UBC rocket has just landed. No update yet for U of T. Their rail was down, and I can confirm that U Ottawa passed safety. No word yet on the ETA for McGill. Once we hear back, we'll keep you posted. Oh, sorry, it looks like we just lost some drone footage, so bear with me here. Looks like Ottawa is up next, and should be good. Oh, I just got word, sounds like Ottawa actually has a few more safety checks that they're going to do prior to bringing their rocket out to the pad. And in other news, the batteries for the drones are overheating even though they are charging in the shade. Hopefully that won't be... So they're actually, the batteries are still hot coming in when they land, so they need to cool off from there. So gonna try to cool them off to the best that we can, but we don't really have any fans or anything, so hopefully that won't be too much of an issue for the drone footage for y'all. Speaking of Ottawa, is anyone looking forward to a Panda game this year against Carleton University? I remember in my first year of university as a Carleton alum, it was a lot of fun. Got to storm the field afterwards, and then the next year it was also fun, but less so because Ottawa won that year. But we won't hold it against you. Kind of interesting. Interesting there. Looks like we're gonna get Brendan up there on tracking for you guys so that we can track some of these L1 certifications. I see Ottawa has won 5 years in a row now for the Panda game. That is sad. And quite disappointing for me, but for you Ottawa folks, respect it. Yeah. Hopefully things will change this year, but no guarantees. That is wild. They haven't won since my first year. That's saying something right there, folks. We'll see though. It's a fun event there down at Lansdowne in Ottawa. Gonna switch to a tracking cam here now to see the what? Looks like this one's headed for the ballistic zone. Hopefully, hopefully there's no one in the recovery zone. Looks like Simon's getting ready for his L1 cert here. The rocket that just launched is now down, so.
Out. So we're expecting a launch at 7. Sorry, that was mean. We got word from Alec that McGill is supposedly 15 minutes out. This happened the other day at around this time as well, and they attempted to launch at 7 p.m. So pardon me if I'm a little bit skeptical, but I am excited to see their launch if it does go. It also is, we're about to see U Ottawa head out to the pad, so we're gonna have some action finally later in the day.
Yep, the party don't start till I walk in there, Simon.
No kidding. Also, McGill, I swear I'm not this salty in real life. It's just we're trying to fill time. So, yeah, please still let me onto your rocket team. I'd like to join you guys.
Can be salty to you, Ottawa, though, as a Carleton alum.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
we're surrounded by GGs, the Timmins influencers, Kins and Klomp. One of the two of them. I'm sorry if I get this wrong, but I think it was Klomp. Is also a U Ottawa GG, and I don't know, my heart is heavy with that.
Is it true that the GGs won the last 5 Pan games?
Yeah, unfortunately.
That is sad.
The last one that we won was in our first year. So here's hoping for some better results. It's always October 1st. It's also wow, Lewis. Oh, damn it.
I've
dug my own grave. I should have. Should have been a little bit more careful.
The McGill hate. What? Nah. We love McGill.
I swear I like McGill. They're just really keeping us on edge here.
Hate us because they ain't us. That is accurate. And you know, to some extent, you know, they hate us because they ain't us is it's kind of appropriate for this kind of event based off the movie that was from. Do you recall? It was,
You're way ahead of me here.
It was
this is flying over my head like the rockets are.
You know the movie The Interview with James Franco, Seth Rogen, and
yeah,
Kim Jong-un?
I'm not a huge fan of just waiting, and then not having anything
looks
happen.
Like we're gonna have an L1 cert launch here shortly.
Ooh, Jack! So this is one of our buddies from Carleton flying an L1 cert. Fingers crossed for him.
Skies are clear.
No, I am
banned.
I am lifelong banned from McGill Rocket Team.
Can ex-captains do that? Usually you're supposed to give pardons. Oh, there you go! Oh!
Oh, yeah!
Good one, Jack.
Come on. Man, she's up there. There's an event.
I may not
nice.
I may not be Johnny Knoxville, but welcome to Jack. There's the rocket there.
No, that's PR-23 drone. That was no name drone. This cheaty little kid didn't make his own shoe. It's caught commercial off the shelf. Well, no, it's from the shelf. It's from the back shelf. The second round.
But you guys, if I'm banned for life from McGill Rocket Team, then how are you going to know all of the tea?
Give him a ceremonial $1. Problem solved. Pay the ceremonial $1 and there you go.
Oh man, I am really in deep trouble here, guys.
Here, to make up for it, we're gonna show McGill's rocket, you know, and then maybe you can tell me if this looks like it's 15 minutes out, because you know I'm not judging. I'm a man of science. You know, we bring you the facts. And,
man, that is a pretty rocket though, Jack. Holy
I would not launch
kudos.
It with these people here. Safety is the priority. And honestly, like I hope that they're able to get everything done there within the 15 minute time frame. Oh, there you go, Simon. We got a mom of a 2024 MRT captain saying that they'll put a word in for you.
Yes.
You know, huge
Finally.
shout out to moms. You know, this has been a very great event for moms. We really appreciate you. And also, any news about UTAT? No news yet.
Do you want to go to their pad cam? Because I think we can see that they're not on the rail yet.
Are they at advanced or are they at
advanced? Yeah.
All right, so we will.
They're the other angle from advanced.
So we'll switch here. And looks like the
there you go.
So
and Ottawa is going out to the pad.
Oh, you Ottawa just head out to the pad. So we'll switch down there.
I mean, Jack, I think you've got the easiest recovery possible. Okay, maybe with the exception of Gus, who landed 5 feet away from the road,
but they should be arriving shortly to the pad there. Switch a little bit to the tracking cam so that you can see them. Is that you, Ottawa, or is that Jack?
No, that was you, Ottawa, going out to the pad.
Okay, you, Ottawa, is heading out to the pad. Not sure what they're doing here. Oh, they're...
All right, thank you. Congratulations. Hopefully, so Frank is just helping Ottawa, and then as soon as Frank is back off the pad,
Go, you Ottawa. Those are not words that I ever thought that I'd be saying, but hopefully your launch goes well. Yes, I do agree. Mothers, you know, they definitely outrank ex-captains. No disrespect move, but Michelle definitely outranks in this case, and I respect that too. So, okay, let's see what we got here. So you can see in the back there, Ottawa is approaching the solids pad. Woohoo! Go Ottawa. Yeah, it is quite hot out here at Launch Canada. No, I don't know the altitude of the dual stage, but I do recall earlier talking with. Oh yeah, we have Ottawa rocketry coming up, so we'll kind of go to you live there. But yeah, no word on how high they actually went, but talking with our president Adam earlier, he was
Alan,
saying
that's
that
my
they
granny.
were aiming for above 50,000.
Are we live? They can hear us?
We have Ottawa Rocket. Who do we have online here?
We've got Adam Barefoot here, and
You can say Adam. And Eloise Plot-Sabourin.
I knew I wouldn't get the accent right, so I left it to you. We're about to launch, so we can't stay for very long. We might be back later, but we wanted to say hi to our families, hi to my mom, granny, dad, brother, everybody. I love all you guys, and we're very excited to hopefully launch here and make all you guys proud. We've been appreciating all the live stream.
Hold on, don't quite have you on camera.
Oh, okay. Let us know when we're good to go.
So go ahead and wave to the back home.
Hello.
Right on. Can they hear us? Yeah. Oh, have they been hearing us?
Oh, hello, Mama.
Oh, there you go.
Take the true north measurement.
Okay. We have to walk.
Sorry, one sec.
We have to go for lunch.
Yeah. Sorry, love you guys. We appreciate all the support. Hopefully, we'll make you proud in a moment. Yeah. See you guys. Sorry. We can come back in a bit, but sounds like you got me.
No problem. Awesome. So, looks like we got the big old truck there parked at the pad. Bonne chance. Merci beaucoup. We're looking at the Ottawa truck there, and looks like we got a couple judges there, as well as Ottawa. Looks like they'll be launching from pad 3 at the solids pad. In the neon vest, you'll see the range safety officer walking them through their rocket. And looks like it's already on the launch rail there too, so they will line it up. So, fun fact actually, back in the day, like I myself, Nico, I'm a Carleton alumni, but I did take one class at a. Oh, some chatter going on. Oh, no worries. I actually took a control systems course through Ottawa, which was pretty good. It was over the summer, so if any of you Carleton students out there have the chance to take a extra course over the summer, it's definitely worth it. Or just any students in general, it's always good to get ahead. But no pressure if you don't. It's you can enjoy your summer as well. But it's pretty good. Looks like they've raised the rocket there. Looks like we're getting the drone out there as well. To get some views from the skies. Alec is our guardian angel, giving you the view from the skies there of the solids pad. You can see the 2 trucks and Ottawa and a few judges setting up there. RSO stands for the Range Safety Officer, who is in charge of keeping everyone safe on the range. And for myself, as someone who works in systems engineering at MDA, RSO usually stands for Robotic Space Operations. There's plenty of acronyms in our industry, that's for sure.
You ever SO?
What are you guys doing in MDA right now? Well, I'm actually at Launch Canada. I'm not actually at MDA right now, right this second. But in terms of what projects we do, we're known for the Canada Arms. So that's Canada Arm 1 that was on the space shuttle, and then Canada Arm 2 that was on the ISS. And Canadarm 3 is what I work on. That's going to go on the Gateway program, which is the Gateway is a station that's going to go around the moon in a couple years. And outside of that, we also we have a line of satellites. We have communication satellites and Earth observation satellites. Most well known probably is the radar sats, which have both helped locate wildfires across Canada, as well as illegal fishing off the coast of Newfoundland. So these satellites, they tend to have multiple applications. So, there's no limit when it comes to space technology, which is always fun. We're also one of our more recent contracts was the Lunar Dawn mission, which is a robotic arm that's going to go on the Lunar Dawn rover. This partnership's with Lockheed Martin. That's going to be a rover that's going on the moon. And we also have the Axiom program, which is going to be a station that goes around Earth that's privatized. I think it's funny, you think of you think of different companies and some of their naming conventions. Axiom. I think that might be reference to the ship from the movie WALL-E. The Axiom there, of course, and then you have your Falcon 9s that were named after the Millennium Falcon. And of course, you have the Tesla models. You have the Model S, the Model X, and the Model Y. And I think it was Ford that took the Model E from them. I say took, they just came up with it before they did. So then Tesla's response was to come up with the Model E, and of course S, E, X, Y spells something out. And so if you replace the E with a 3, that spells something there for you. So. And it is fun, Rajan, working at MDA. When I was first hired during Phase B, we hired a ton of young people around the same time, and I have a bit of a good friend group going there. I know some other friends who are working at engineering jobs that might not be necessarily in the middle of a city or close to a city, and there's nothing wrong with that either. But they might not have as many friends as they had in university. But I was lucky enough to make a large new friend group, which is great. So I see, Sebastian, you have a comment in the chat. Not sure what you mean by anchoring hand plug 2, but if you're referring to the robotic interface on the International Space Station, we are responsible for that, and we're also responsible for the robotic interfaces on Gateway as well as all of the other stations. So. That's kind of still in the scope of MDA's work and our expertise as well. I'm not sure what that spells out, Hatman, but I'm sure you can find it from a quick Google or Bing search or even Yahoo if you have that. No bias here at Launch Canada. Maybe a little bias for Canadians and Carleton related material, but I swear we are not biased elsewhere. So back to rocketry though, you can see Ottawa there on the left-hand side of your screen setting up, and also on the right-hand side of your screen also setting up. So this is the same rocket, just two different POVs, point of views. Weather is quite clear and nominal. I don't see a single cloud in the sky from my vantage point. Yeah, shout out to the grandmothers as well. Really appreciate you guys as well. So thank you for the comment there. We also appreciate you, and you know we do stay here late. We enjoy it just as much, seeing all the students' designs come to fruition, and seeing all the hard work. It's definitely worth it. And just gonna check in here on McGill to kind of keep you posted. Looks like they still have people close to the pad, so I'm guessing that they're still not quite ready. You got a man there with a hard hat, so, and that's a big water bottle. Oh, and looks like they're going red on the pad for you, Ottawa. Just waiting for the call here. Yeah, no, I think this view is probably better. Oh no, actually it's right there. It's kind of on the corner, so bear with me. Yeah, that view is probably nicest. There's another volunteer. So I just got an update here for UTAT. Sounds like they're going to salvo with McGill, which means that they're going to be on the pad at the same time. And we can't quite give you an ETA at this moment in time, but we'll still keep you posted. So maybe we'll check in here. So here you have UTAT. Looks like they have their rocket on the rails as well, which is great. Lots of action here at Launch Canada. Apogee, that is a funny name for a rocket. Still not sure what a GG is, but you know, quite happy for the pun. Very funny pun. POV stands for point of view, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, and we have your one and only Simon Gala coming on stream here now. Oh, just kidding. Simon's gonna ditch us for people up on the LCO area. Looks like U Ottawa's getting ready. They're backing away from the pad there. Can't decide which view's better. I think this one's probably a little bit better. Looks like they're launching from pad 3. They're gonna start the launch sequence once everyone's out of range. Sure. So we have some drone footage in the bottom left. We have Chris, our launch control officer, in the bottom right, and we have a pad view on the upper left, and on the upper right we have our tracking camera. And we have your boy Brendan Griffin on tracking up top. That's the camera view you see on the top right side of your screen. And it's the camera actually on the bottom side of looks like we're still picking up Tom and Aaron, who are down at the certification pads. Looks like Aaron's recovered his rocket, which is great.
Oh, he has. Hey, Chris, I tried calling you a couple times.
Hopefully Aaron will get his L1 certification after this flight. Aaron is running up from the certification pads right now, and Tom is getting up into the truck. Yeah, there's Aaron for you. And the top right side of your screen, bottom corner. Yep, McGill said that they were about 15 minutes out. I think we're going to launch U Ottawa first here. Let's take a quick peek here. So yeah, looks like they still have people at the McGill site. So we will tune in there right after the U Ottawa flight. We're about to send U Ottawa.
Will we try and track the rockets coming down?
Looks like yes, we're gonna try and track the rocket as it's coming down as well.
Well, no. So,
oh, my bad.
Here's the trick. These rockets go very fast. No, not yet, because we're about to launch U Ottawa.
No, to put out.
Oh, okay.
Put at U Ottawa.
So the issue with trying to catch the rocket on the way down is that it is a tiny speck in a very big blue sky, and so we will do our best, but I cannot guarantee anything.
Ballistic zone is clear, pad is clear. Let me know when you guys are ready.
Some blueberries from McMaster.
Of course. I want to know the chemicals in it. Do you have a spoon? Or did you hand pick that?
Along the way,
I'm going to pick the same amount because I want to make a blueberry pie. I've got an urge to make a pie.
We also have a view of the. So we also have a view of the U Ottawa team there, using our panel cam footage.
Sounds like we're go for launch.
Go for launch.
Come on, you Ottawa. Let's see those cool fins fly.
You can see Chris there, our LCO, in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Checking in with you, Ottawa. Sounds like they're good for telemetry and everything. So they're gonna commence launching sequence here in a bit. Gonna keep the reaction cam.
There's a tree that I marked, that I waypointed right beside where they're at. And we know it's to the right of that tree.
Ah, GG, Garnet, and Gray. Huh.
I'll get you Vic to recover.
Interesting.
I want the beans.
Anyway, no, I don't have behind me. I don't. Yeah, I don't want to. But these guys can't see that. Nice
What? Do we have another?
No, that would be out.
Huh?
That would be out of our...
Oh, yeah.
That's a jet.
That's a jet. That's
not within our...
I don't know if you guys can see that there, but there is a jet contrail in the sky in front of us. We think that it's probably outside of our NOTAM, but our restricted airspace. But yeah, just as an abundance of caution, we're going to give it a second before we take off. We're going into sequence.
Simon, what is the sequence?
It's final launch countdown. University of Ottawa. Flying their rocket Apogee. This is an O3400 min diameter, so this is going to go. This is Launch Canada's first Pro 98, so 98 millimeter casing, minimum diameter rocket. Going Mach 2.7. So this bird is going to rip. Ballistic zone is clear. Roads are clear. Pad is clear. Recovery is go for launch. Team is go for launch. They're talking to their bird. RSO has indicated launch. Arming pad 3. Pad 3 does not have continuity. Womp womp. Oh, we do have continuity on pad 2.
It's on rail 3, yeah. Yeah. Oh.
So it looks like somebody might have screwed up a little bit and put the rocket on the wrong rail, but we'll figure that out.
Yeah, the rocket's definitely on pad 3 based off of the camera footage, so see how this goes.
We do have continuity. We have to excuse Chris for his senior moment. Apogee. Skies are clear. Wind is nominal. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come on. Oh yeah! Look at her go! Holy!
Like a racehorse out of the gates. There goes Apogee.
Oh, we've got a smoke trail.
Inertia will push this one for quite a while.
It's like if you follow that thing up to like
Well, we had a good clean boost. We're still waiting to see if there's any sort of confirmation on deployment. Come on, let's get some data.
Do you have data? Not yet. It's not correct. It's saying like 0.33 or whatever. Where does our jet simulation have us going? That way? Try to move it
Just to answer Milia's question, no, it has. I know it has been more than 15 minutes. We still do not have any news from McGill. They are still vertical on their pad, but there are still folks on their pad, so it's oh. And it looks like we have UTAT going vertical on the rail as well. This is fun.
I marked the location of the bearing, but my compass was apparently not working properly. But there's a specific tree. It said it was at 5 degrees. I know that's not accurate, but like.
Minus 17 meters a second.
So it sounds like we finally have some telemetry from you, Ottawa. Minus 17 meters a second. We have at least a drogue deploy.
When I pointed at the LCO tower, it was reading 5 degrees.
Sounds like they have locked on something.
It was reading 5 degrees.
22,000 feet. 103 feet a second.
103 feet a second at 22,000 feet a second. That sounds like a drogue.
Yeah, so 185. It was.
So it sounds like we're looking at a drogue, which would be very good news for the GGs. We don't have any news from Arbalist, unfortunately, Dustin. You.
Most important part. I would like to get the other bit. I might ask you if they want to look for it.
Yeah, so we are so as far as both McGill and as far as McGill is concerned, their 15 minutes for launch is probably an ambitious target. They're still on the pad, and I know that they take at least 10 minutes to fill, and they can't fill until everyone is gone. And also UTAT, University of Toronto, is also on that pad at the moment, so it's unlikely that they're going to be launching in the next 15 minutes. I expect that they'll probably launch within a couple hours, but we don't know exactly when. In the meantime, the GGs are at 11,000 feet. What's your descent rate? 90 feet a second, so they're still under drogue. 77 feet per second. What color's your chute? Purple. Good color. 8,500 feet.
Tell me right or left. Don't say that way. Yeah, that should be good.
7,000 feet!
7,000 feet. So they're going to be coasting down for a little while longer. Once they hit about 1,000 to 1,500. What's your main deploy?
Sorry?
What's your 1640 feet? 1,640 feet. Then we'll. So we're down to 5,000 feet at this point.
Road, this is Okio. Yes, you can open the road.
4,000 feet.
4,000 feet!
We're scanning on the horizon, but we're not seeing anything just yet. But they're still getting good telemetry, so at least they'll be able to tell where their rocket is digitally. Yeah, we're still lacking any news from Goose 4, guys. Sorry. Oh, 2,000 feet. So we should hear main deploy any second now.
feet distance. 11,000 feet away. Main has deployed! 17 feet per second!
Nice! The Apogee has deployed its main. 1,200 feet. That looks like a beautiful flight from the University of Ottawa.
We were talking a bunch about clearing the roads by the way.
What's up?
Right there, it's scripted.
You guys see it as well?
Oh, we've got it just above the horizon there.
Oh, yeah. 500 feet!
So it sounds like they have had a really nice flight. Hopefully they're able to get that rocket back.
University of Ottawa, congratulations on what appears to be a fully nominal flight.
Appears like you Ottawa.
And with
had
that,
a
I'm gonna
fully
have to sign.
nominal flight.
With that, I'm gonna have to sign off for a while because I think my rocket might be going to the rail momentarily.
I'm waiting to get some. It's making a weird sound. I was like, hey, we should check. The guy at the generator goes.
Let me know when you need radio files.
You will do. Right now, I think there's probably a little bit of triaging to do, but both teams seem fairly ready. I'll leave that up to Peter.
So is the issue that they don't know they know what the motor is, they don't have the
I need to get this done.
Yeah, can you do that? I'll get the stream back up.
They have fire crew on site, and if we could find out how long they plan to be on site, I'll try to figure out.
I'm not trying to say anything, I'm just trying to get the sheet.
Confirm that fire crew is not on site. That would be a negative.
They got the motor here. So CTI
So updates for U of T and McGill. They're both launching from the advanced pad today. As of our current footage from the pad, there are still people on the advanced pad. They haven't cleared, so they haven't started filling yet, which means it's going to be a little while yet before either of them launch. The other two just missing DSS.
Okay, we've got 3 certification flights ready to go on the certification pads. We'll be going in 2 minutes for anyone who wants.
I can get tracking camera.
We should do this, Sophia and Emma. We're going to move to 3 more certification flights in just a moment. We have 2 people from Carleton University, and also Simon Galla, one of the livestream hosts, all attempting a Triple E Level 1 certification.
And this is Emma Rockets. That's right. Her last name is in fact.
Coming up now is Emma Rockets on Pad 2, flying a watermelon rocket. It's on.
Okay, Pad B is armed, and correction, Bank B, Pad 2.
Pad B, Bank B, Pad 2.
And skies are clear, and we're going to launch the seedless watermelon in 5.
We have no tracking cam. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ignition.
Look at it go.
And we have an event.
Flight appears to be nominal this far. We have an event. Appear to have chute ejection. Rocketeers excited to watch their certification flight.
Watch your
I see it.
Okay, next up on pad 3 is Sophia.
Next up is Sophia.
She's going to be flying her blue and black rocket. It's an L1 TRA certification flight.
Triply L1 cert on an H125.
Bank B is energized. Pad 3 is active.
We have for pad 3. We have continuity.
And skies are clear.
Skies are clear.
The other rocket descending is almost on the ground. And we will launch in 5.
Launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fire.
There it goes. Nice and very smooth ascent so far. We still have visual. Getting into arc. Waiting for an event. There it goes. We have event. We have shoot ejection and beautiful. Beautiful. Shoots out. And we're watching some descent.
It's right beside a tree, the one that came down.
Coming in very close to the range actually. We're getting a little gust. This is actually incredibly close to our current position. This is going to be the easiest recovery of the competition probably.
Go catch it.
Beautiful. Beautiful touchdown. Congratulations on the L1 certification.
Alright, next up on pad 4, another L1 attempt for TRA. This is Simon, and the rocket's name is the Garage 4. He'll be flying on an
This is Simon Gullah, flying the Garage. On an H225. Let's have a look at that rocket.
And we'll launch in 5, 4,
3, 2, 1.
Beautiful and straight. Straight up with that launch. Arcing over, and we have the event. Looks like shoot deployment. That's going to be drifting for a little while, but it seems we have shoot deployment. So congratulations, Simon, on this so far nominal launch. Cert pads are now off. Congratulations, guys. Those were some beautiful flights.
Simon, how high did Simon's go?
Simon, how high? What altitude?
1450.
1450. 1450 is like 500 meters.
Oh, okay.
It's descending pretty rapidly though, so. Looks like it may be going into the woods there.
Yeah, sure. So, you're infected,
I'm sorry. The tracking footage cut out right when you were
A little bit into the trees. It appears to have touchdown.
Hey, Simon, I can help you.
Second and third. I need some.
Hey, Simon.
Recovery pack out? Did we bring recovery pack out?
Our drone operator has located Simon's rocket.
Who's asking things? You got it?
Alec has you.
Sit. Thanks, Alec.
You want coordinates?
Top of trees or not?
Yeah, it's in a tree.
It's in the tree. Okay.
Nice. 3 beautiful flights. Congratulations to the team coming in from Ottawa. Yes, the worm performed nominally. Congratulations, Simon. He named his rocket the Garage. As if you'd recall, it was incredibly unfinished.
It's not hard, it's just I need a moment.
No, I mean, for me, it's one of the easiest. Oh, yeah. The cheater recovery.
So from what it looks like, McGill is still on the pad, so it'll be a while yet before they're able to launch. Because of course they need to clear the pad before they start fueling. At this time we don't have any updates on when they're ready to launch, but as always, they plan to launch as soon as they're able to. We just got word that that York University is going to be launching imminently. We're rushing the drone over there. They're over on the advanced pads. So we're gonna have some nice drone footage for you all, but we can't unfortunately get our tracking cam.
When they say imminent, do they clear the pads?
The pads are still having people on them, so. Yeah, so the pads are not cleared yet. They claimed that their launch was imminent, but the pads have not been cleared yet, so we're not entirely sure what's happening over at the advanced pads.
I could tape it.
So, commentary on what just happened with the latest cert launch. There's currently a fire on the certification pad. Ground crew's going over there to suppress it. It is small, it's controlled, but they're going to take care of it. It's unfortunate that sometimes these things happen. Okay. Hello. We just got news from UVic that they have recovered their rocket, which is great news. We also don't have any updates from BSS. We don't know when they're intending to launch. They have not. They're still trying to launch today. They haven't safetied yet, though. It'd be great. Would you like a microphone?
Let me just check whether my team is doing anything.
Great.
Just a quick update for everyone on the stream here. The majority of the live stream team is helping out with people's recoveries right now, but let's see, is this of UFT? I believe this pad is looking at them, or this camera that the pad camera that you can see. I believe that is looking at them. Has BSS launched? No, as Todd has said in the chat. They have not launched yet. They are nearing completion of their rocket and readying themselves for a safety. It is expected that they will safety sometime tonight, hoping for a launch tomorrow, but the weather conditions are significantly worse tomorrow than they are today, so we will see how that goes. Hopefully they can launch. Any updates on McGill? None as of now that we have heard. Any updates on Arbalest? We heard that they were going to the pad maybe a half hour ago, and we have not heard from them since. How late can a team launch tonight? Is there a soft deadline? It is usually held as a soft deadline. I believe the staff at the launch site typically try to end by 5:30 if possible. If there is a team on the pad, they can normally extend that to 6:30, but only if absolutely needed. And it looks like those that is one of the... Today might be one of those scenarios where they're extending it a little bit, but we will see what happens. Do we have an ETA for McGill? At livestream here, we do not yet. We've heard very little about McGill most of the day today, aside from that they've been at the pad, or not at the pad, or yes, they have been at the pad. I believe the rocket is vertical, but aside from that, I have not heard from them. Insider info that McGill is waiting for a salvo.
Just got an update, and we've been advised to keep the range open for bank A, so probability low. Okay, what's our hard cutoff then? Again? What's our hard cutoff then?
No promises on saying something every 2 minutes, but I'll do my best. Can you hear me right now, Anne? It's a bit delayed, so we'll see your comment here shortly. Simon and I just recovered, Simon, Carl and I just recovered Simon's L1 certification rocket. Looks like a very nominal flight and recovery. Didn't see a scratch on it, so that's good. Right on. Cool. You can hear me. No problem. Oh, excuse me. Okay, looks like we have what looks like, I think that's UT, and then McGill has a lot of vehicles blocking blocking the way there, but that's okay. Once they move their vehicles, we will get a good shot of that. Looks like the solids pads are empty. Yep, pretty empty. So we'll kind of zoom in, see what these guys with yellow hard hats are doing. Oh, look like they're walking around. There you go. Looks like we got a rocket there on the rails. So based off the recovery of Simon's rocket, the conditions in the forest there, it's very moss heavy, and there's lots of dead trees kind of lying around that are more than happy to scrape your legs if you're wearing shorts like I am. That's my first mistake. If you're ever in the forest, definitely would recommend wearing long pants to avoid any ticks. Good to have GPS and telemetry tracking on your rocket. Goes a long way. Especially when your rocket goes a long way. Sorry, I'm doing my best to mute myself.
Are they actually away from the pads?
No, they're at advance?
Yeah.
No, they're next to the rockets.
So they're prepping to get away from the pads.
They should be, but they're on a ladder. If they're going to launch, gonna get some confirmation here. Pardon the miscommunication, folks. Looks like they're not clearing the pad quite yet. McGill is about to fill according to a team member. Let me take a quick look there. Okay. That doesn't Doesn't look like they're about to fill, but they shouldn't be filling if they're right next to it. No, McGill did not launch yet. If you look in the left side of your screen, there is a yellow nose cone here. That is McGill's rocket. Looks like they might be clearing. We'll see. And a quick check-in on UTAT. Looks like they're still there, making some final adjustments before their flight. Oh, sounds like we're about to have a certification launch.
Oh, you got it. Yay. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention at all.
Looks like they're moving away from the rocket. One last photo. Run! Run, Forrest! Run! 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 Okay, nice. That is a tall rocket. Kind of move it into frame there. So if you look at the bottom half of your screen, we have drone coverage of our certification launch pads. And in the upper right part of your screen, you'll see the advanced launch pad with UTAT. Yes, that's me. Okay, looks like we just lost drone footage on the certification launch pads, but it looked like there wasn't anyone there anyways, so we're panning back now to the advanced and the LCO footage. So,
Like not the rocket team university.
okay, yeah, McGill's still there. Hopefully can do it for Big Sue's if that's what you're talking about. You didn't have to retract your message. I don't mind being called Tommy Two Timer. Just multitasking, that's all. There we go. There we go. It was irking me a little bit that those weren't centered, but now both those footages are centered in your screen, so hopefully that should be better. How do I know about Big Sue's Tommy Two Timer? Well, I'm not sure about Tommy Two Timer, but I was advised by my team here, Simon Gala, that Big Sue's is potentially the well, not potential. Correct me if I'm wrong, Simon, but that's the ex-president of McGill's rocketry team.
No, not McGill's rocketry team, McGill University as a whole. I have a bit of an in. My partner's father is a prof at McGill.
Ah, okay, gotcha. And I had two windows open, so I heard you twice. Oh, okay, no worries.
What's happening?
Nico, can we go to both pad cams from the advanced pad? You might have to duplicate the input.
Actually, do you want to? Okay, go ahead.
Oop, I was wrong.
Throw me a text when I need to be up in the air. I need just 5 minutes.
Sounds like York is aborting. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, but McGill filling doesn't really tell me much based on the other evening, so that's why I'm I'll wait 5 minutes after. Yeah, but then they have their
Thanks, Jordan. We're doing our best out here. I would say it's organized chaos, but it's definitely not organized. So.
That's a hot fire.
Sounds like we have a hot fire going on.
Was that a hot fire?
2, 1, fire.
cameras on it?
No. Down, unfortunately.
Static's over there, and the hybrid's right over here.
And we also need to get more low-rex cameras, because that's the limiting factor for us.
Oh yeah, I mean we can buy as many more Laura C's as you want.
Laura C's. Yeah. No, I mean.
You can network to it.
Yeah, I mean, we can do up to 8 with this guy, so we're halfway there.
So we didn't find half of my rocket, but we did find a spent aerotech motor and a
Oh, nice.
They're now saving the pad.
Yeah, Oranos.
Successfully hot fired. Here at Launch Canada, we do our best to get the footage to you live. We're still learning with respect to the live stream, but any donations are always appreciated to help increase the funding for equipment.
We still don't have super chats because we don't have 1,000 subscribers.
Yes,
so
so
unfortunately, it looks like Adam is going to have to do horrible, terrible things to us.
Oh no!
In retribution. Adam says it's the only way we'll learn, and I think he might be right about that.
This is the way. Aaron, do you know the way? No, Aaron does not know the way. Pretty good, eh?
Pretty good. You missed my flight.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was afraid there was smoke coming out.
Yeah, you're right. Got one there.
So we've got a view here of. We have a good view of all 4 of our pad cameras. The 2 right ones are the advanced pad, so you can see that there are still vehicles on the pad, which means that they're likely not filling. And the so we're still delayed a little bit. It could be that this is just frozen, but typically when things go down, we get a black screen rather than live cameras. So wait, if we're getting McGill commentary that's saying that we're doing a great job, does that mean that I can still join the team, or am I still perma-banned?
We just got news that See You in Space has left the Launch Canada site and are headed home. They had a pretty good flight earlier yesterday. Was it yesterday, Simon, or was it the day before? See You in Space is launched?
See You in Space is launched 2 days.
Yeah, 2 days ago.
Well, so earlier I may or may not have been a little bit salty that McGill kept us here for long periods of time, which appears to be happening again. I did mention at the time that they said that they were primed to launch within 15 minutes. That was 2 3/4 hours ago. So I fear that I may have been proved right yet again. I swear I'm not this salty in person, and yeah, I will endeavor to join your team.
I know I've asked before what a GG is, but what is a martlet?
Oh boy, a martlet is a wait. It is a bird that doesn't have legs because it is soaring ever higher, which is the corniest thing I think I've ever heard in my life. But it is the McGill logo.
Kind of sounds like a kiwi, not gonna lie. I'm not going to the McGill, so you don't have to ban me. I'm just here having a good time, and we love you, McGill, and we love the McGill rocket too. It looks very pretty as well. We saw it at the conference center. It had like a nice golden like wing on it. It was good, some really good good paint job, you know. MRT are the kings of... Okay, well, you know what? Yeah, that's okay. You know, I wouldn't necessarily call it that. I would just say, you know, like, have you ever gone to the movies and watched, like, a very suspenseful movie? It's kind of like that.
Brendan, what's the scoop?
Not like a horror suspenseful movie.
Oh god, what have we started?
Oh no. Oh no. What
We have started something horrible, Brendan. I just mentioned that McGill has kept us waiting for quite a while, and things have derailed from there.
In-space featherweight battery fits perfectly.
That's incredible.
Dude, in-space featherweight battery.
I too get excited watching rocket launches.
Blue fined or blue finned, Marco?
I don't know. You look pretty blue fined myself. If I don't say so myself.
What does that mean, Nico?
Nobody knows what it means. It's provocative.
Gets the people going! UTAT is...
So it's in the top... yeah, right there. And
UTAT is here. They are vertical.
It's such a tall rocket that it kind of blends in with the launch rail.
And McGill is... Well, you can just see their bright yellow nose cone here.
Yeah, just the tip.
And... There are still cars on the pad, and there are still people in the background. Oops. Who are moving around, so we will endeavor to tell you a little bit more. Yeah. So they're still a ways away from launching because so long as there are still people wandering around on the pad, they can't commence filling procedures, and so we're still. I mean, do we remember UTAT? Is that 40 something minute fill? How long is the UTAT fill? I think we were talking about this yesterday, and I can't remember.
So, question for the McGill people: like, can you throw a martlet the way that you throw a football? Like, how far can you throw a martlet?
Martlets also do have legs.
No, they don't.
They do have legs?
Yeah.
Oh. York, you update.
York has scrubbed for the day.
Yeah.
So if you're here because you're hoping that York will launch, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but they are.
Scrub-a-dub-dub.
Scrub-a-dub-a-dub.
I am sorry for the York U being scrubbed.
The goose will have to fly another day.
Over chickens. Nice. At fun story actually.
Nico.
Animal abuse. Okay, no martlets were harmed in the filming of this live stream, folks. I would not throw a martlet. It was just a hypothetical question.
I do agree. It is probably very, very aerodynamic.
Yeah.
The way that they have it rendered, it looks very smooth.
Most birds are aerodynamic.
I'd hope so.
Yeah, they just
yeah.
UTAT is not filling. You can still see people on the pad, so there is no way that they're filling. You have to be a minimum safe distance. So just down the road from this, or just down the road from where the launch pads are, there is the advanced launch control station. It's also where the teams, when they are not at the rail, are building and assembling their rocket. And yeah.
I think it's kind of ironic that they're saying that martlets don't have wings, but on the rocket they actually painted a wing.
Yep.
And
they are leaving the pad.
Allegedly, they fly too high that they don't need wings.
I thought you said they don't have legs.
No, they have legs.
That's what I thought we were talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, here is an important question. Do we count the finish line at the first bounce, or where the bird ends up?
I think we count it the same way that you do in Canadian football instead of American football. You know, it's right where the uprights are. Whereas in American football, you know, you have the touchdown line, and then at the end you have at the end of the end zone you have the uprights. So I would argue, you know, right at the uprights is.
Martlets do have wings. I don't know who was saying
They
that.
do? What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Martlets have wings, not legs.
Oh, they don't have legs. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I
that's what
misheard.
thought. That's what I thought you said. Yeah, Nico gaslit me into thinking.
I'm
martlets
sorry.
didn't have wings.
Someone gaslit me. I might have misheard. So, apologies, folks. Martlets don't have legs, but they have wings.
Yes, and Lewis, to be clear, we do know that the wings on McGill's rocket are for Thorondor, not for martlets. We're just filling space.
King of the Eagles from Lord of the Rings.
No, they're just clearing it to be hot. They're just leaving.
Yeah, they've just left the pad. So look, all that we have done this week here is spread misinformation online. So I think we're well beyond that point.
Yeah, where you're very much local Timmins fake news, getting fake updates live to you from not so fake location. Oh, sounds like they might be going soon.
Roger that. Let us know when you're starting, Phil.
Do we remember how long is McGill's Phil? 5 to 10 minutes.
Odds?
I'm going to relaxingly walk over there and put it down.
So it looks like we're starting fill, or we're getting ready to start wings. We're getting ready to start wings. Good lord, I am tired. We are ready to start fill on both UTAT and McGill. We have not yet received confirmation that that either of them have started fill. So we will let you know when we get that. For UTAT, their fill takes about 30 to 45 minutes. For McGill, it's about 5 to 10. I think they can launch while the other is filling. So, it provided that they both start filling and they don't have other issues, then yeah, we will see some launches hopefully within the hour. Considering that it is already 7 o'clock, I very much hope that we see some launches within the hour. Project Harp is awesome. I love Project Harp.
Simon, what is Project Harp about?
Project Harp was, I believe... Oh. So we have a concurrent fill on UTAT and McGill starting now.
So now I'm gonna take a stretch.
And while we wait for the fill,
We've done this 3 times.
Simon will fill you in.
Oh yeah, speaking of Phil, I don't know that we've mentioned the secret 5th member of the live stream crew.
We have a Swedish spy.
We have a Swedish spy among us, Amogus.
He's not an imposter though.
Big shout out to Phil. He is a
Hager man.
The lifesaver. Not mine.
Sorry. He is currently in northern Sweden and couldn't make it back to us. But he was immensely helpful in setting up all of the behind the scenes in all of this. And we would not be here without him, so everything that you see that has worked so far is probably due to Phil. Everything that has broken intermittently is probably due to the rest of us. I could also blame it on Phil, but I think that would just be cruel. We are also hoping for good luck for both UTAT and McGill. Hybrids are tough, folks. Hybrids are tough.
Speaking of hybrids, Simon, if you could be two animals, like a hybrid, which two animals would you be?
What two animals would I be?
Yes.
Well, I think for my mom's sake, I have to include a hyena in that. I think
That's
I might
some
not be
laughing
invited
stock
back
right
home.
there. Sorry?
I think I might not be invited back home if I didn't say hyena as at least one of the two animals. I mean, since I am a rocket nerd and I like flight, I think I would go with a hybrid hyena and maybe a bird of prey, or maybe even better, I would go for a smaller bird like a you know, like a finch or something like that that could be sized up to
right
on to launch.
And we have
Hey.
a drone leaving the launch site.
You don't have to be.
It will make its way over to the hybrid site. I think in terms of hybrid animals, I'm a fan of like crocodiles and alligators. You know, if you ever go to visit, you know, NASA Kennedy Center in Florida, they have plenty of gators. So you know, maybe it's my inner Florida man coming out. I'm not from Florida, but you know, I like Florida. Do you like Florida, Brendan? Okay, Florida doesn't really like, or yeah, Florida doesn't really like Brendan doesn't really like Florida. Why don't you like Florida, Brendan? Why don't you like Florida? It's too humid.
And then my fore and aft sections came in ballistic together. I should have written down the GPS.
Yeah, as an Alberta man myself, was not a fan of the humidity when I first moved to Ottawa. I found that I was waiting a lot longer for my hair to dry after a shower. It's pretty wild. Speaking of Ottawa, and speaking of...
Nico, what part of Florida are you talking about?
What part of Florida? Well, if you go to NASA... Oh, we got some chatter.
Sorry, folks, we just had some radio chatter. Man, look at that cinematic drone shot. That is something else. To get back to your question, Jordan, from earlier, though, if they can't make it until tomorrow, what happens? Well, they have one last chance tomorrow until 2 p.m. We have the capability to launch until 2 p.m. They will not be judged for their launches at 2 p.m. because the judges are already starting, or will start deliberations at the end of launches today. And so at that point, it's launching for pride. And as somebody who has done that before, I can say it can be worth it, but it is a little bit bittersweet to not get scored on something that you've worked so hard for. But
sounds like we are go for launch operation, so we will.
Yep. McGill is doing things. City of Timmins should use this footage. We'll talk to the mayor tomorrow. I'll convince her to use the drone footage that Alec is getting.
Yeah, I think she was
The City of Timmins should use your footage.
They're also very eager to see the footage that we had earlier of the albino moose, which was kind of cool. But
Someone was saying that they were seen miles away from here.
Yeah.
On the way home by Timmins.
so if you look
Exactly.
on the left side of your screen, we have McGill's hybrid rocket that is getting ready to launch.
No, on both sides of your screen, because it's also in the drone view.
Yes. I was going to say we got the drone footage too.
Not on camera.
I don't disagree with, well, I don't know exactly what, but I do know that when I was actually messing with the rock,
I have mine as well.
McGill is currently filling. Whoa, we have something going on. We have something venting here. What is venting? That's not great. I don't know what that is, but that does not look nominal, but I could be wrong. McGill is currently in a hold.
Sounds like Ottawa just found their rocket.
McGill is aborting.
Sounds like McGill. Yeah, McGill's aborting.
I'm sorry, McGill. That sucks.
I've got a 15-minute hover time.
We do have a 15-minute hover time, so
So I need to know right now if I should go back through another one.
I think you should come back, Alec. I would come back. That sucks. That's 3 times that they really gave it their best, but sometimes things work, sometimes they don't.
Looks like there was some dust moving in the McGill screen just a second ago.
Hopefully tomorrow we'll see how the team does. I mean, they have had one heck of a go at it over the last little while, so I wouldn't blame them if they decided to just pack it in, because it is tiring being out here. I would recommend that is a good plan of action.
4,
We've got an
3,
ETS hot
2,
fire.
1.
Not light stream.
UTAD is at 32% filled, and we just barely caught that hot fire, I think. Maybe. And we got yet another successful hot fire from ETS. Now onto a UBC hot fire. Oh. Okay.
We now have
UTAD is at 40% fill.
Yeah, I have enough time to return.
Clouds are going to come in, so it goes from partly cloudy to partly sunny about.
Well, let's hope we get one of the two hybrids off the pad today.
Gonna pass it on over to. Oh,
it's okay.
Scratch that.
I'm good.
Okay. Nico's gonna sign off here for a bit and pass it on over to Simon.
UTAD is at 50%. Is there any way for McGill to try again, or is it doomed? Certainly not today. I mean, they have taken a full day every time that they have tried a launch attempt. So I really, really hope for the best. My intuition tells me that it might be doomed. But well, I'm still trying to join McGill Rocketry, so, you know, I don't want to screw myself over too much by being too pessimistic. I hope that they can get it going.
It is a tough problem, though.
It's so hard to get plumbing systems correct. It's so hard to debug them on the fly, and you really just don't know until you try it sometimes. So I'm not belittling their their attempts at all. Sounds like UBC is going to attempt a hot fire in a little bit as well.
That freaking thing is so cool. That little quad, just in and out, absolute workhorse.
I was showing Adam there, I was looking at the numbers of kilometers. And I've done 300 and something kilometers.
Holy crap. So quick, too.
With the wind?
Yeah,
Here's a second.
it is entirely likely that McGill have been ready for a little while. The trick is that, right, it's a negotiation between the different teams on the advanced pads. And, you know, we only have so much space. We unfortunately can't give each team its own exclusion zone. I'm certainly glad that we haven't given each team their own exclusion zone, because that would be a nightmare to try and film for you guys. And so in that moment, you know, if they are looking to fill, they can't have anybody else on the pad, and if UTAD is trying to do something with their rocket at the same time, you know, it's all a negotiation, and I'm sure that the teams are doing it in good faith. They're both just trying to get off the rail, and so I really hope for the best for both of them. But yeah, it is entirely likely that they have been good for a while, but we'll have to debrief with them after the fact and see what their situation was. Heartbreaking if it is true that they've been ready for a while, but that is part of rocketry. That's part of the deal with us. What exactly goes wrong when they try to fire the rocket? So it seems like they've had a couple of different failures. Certainly the most, or not the one today, but the one yesterday, they have a new gate valve that is on their run valve. And so a gate valve is essentially it's like a piston rather than a circle or a ball, and that yesterday got stuck half open, or sorry, 2 days ago got stuck half open, and so they couldn't get the full vent, but they also couldn't really close it, and that meant that it was just over torqued. There was too much pressure on it, so they pulled that off of the system yesterday, and replaced it with the valve that they had used in the previous year.
What did they just say?
It's, UBC Hotfire something.
You can't tell their voices apart.
And yeah, the day before, or maybe earlier that day, they also had a problem with their fill arm disconnection. So you can't have somebody next to a loaded rocket, and so they have to be able to remotely disconnect the nitrous fill valve. And it seemed like something failed on that for them at one point. And as for what just happened here, it's really hard to tell from afar. It's possible that something tripped a sensor and there was a sort of emergency release valve. Certainly from what we saw on the stream, something vented really quickly. Hard to tell if that was a safety mechanism or something breaking or something in between, but yeah, that's... It seems like there's a variety of gremlins in this system. See you later, all the McGill folks. It's been lovely talking to you. So now we wait on UTAP. No worries, Jordan. I mean, I'm also not there, so you know, it might be better to get an explanation from them in person. We'll try and talk to them and sort of confirm things for you, but yeah, that is from my very rudimentary understanding of their system and from my 10 minutes of talking to them this morning. That is kind of what is going on. What is the latest they can launch tomorrow? Oh, we have just lost. Can somebody radio advanced pads and see if the generator just died?
Advanced pads. This is live stream.
Another thing with these updates from the teams. Also, hi, I'm mic'd up again. It's Aaron. Another thing with these teams is a lot of the really specific information about what's going on with their rockets is only known to the people at the pad.
Yeah.
And first of all, there's no real way for them to communicate that to the rest of their team or anyone online because, like we mentioned, there aren't the radar or Wi-Fi networks. And on the other hand, the other half of that is. Sorry, Brendan walked up with his full rocket. Yes.
You
also,
too,
they can't tell us
Jordan.
either, so
Have a
that we
good
can
evening.
update you on specific things. So, that's why we don't have as much information. And the thing is, we'd love to have as many students in here as possible. And when they want to come in, we're happy to have them. But, and I don't blame them for this at all because I would be the same way. No, we just advanced pads are gone. We only have.
Yeah, generator's dead.
Yeah.
Roger that. Thank you.
But
Ruh-roh, it sounds like we.
Or they've got to deal with a failure. Pretty much, most of them either want to go sleep because they're behind on it, or eat because they're hungry, or have problems to fix. So there aren't a lot of times where there are going to be students from these teams that actually want to come talk on the stream about what's going on. And we're happy to have them, but we also can't take away from their competition if that's what they need to be doing, right? Because realistically, they didn't all come here to talk about rockets. They came here to launch rockets, and so we're doing our best to bring that to you as we get it. Also, thank you for hoping we have a good evening. I think we're having an excellent evening. It's a great day for launches. Started out rough with a couple failed certs, but seems to have cleaned up pretty well by the end.
Yeah, and Saeed, I think you got your answer in the chat already, but we can confirm that we're only going to be able to launch until 2 p.m. and even that is questionable because it sounds like the weather is going to be a bit temperamental, and we're going to have some cloud cover moving in at 11 a.m. So it's going to be a fun fun situation tomorrow for all of the hybrid teams should they not be able to launch.
About the launch was great, but
You're suggesting you make a loop here and then you hook the shock cord to that. Yes.
We haven't heard an update from UTAT in a while. I don't know how full their rocket is, and we're also troubleshooting the fact that our generator ran out of gas. So once we have shots of the UTAT hybrid to show you, we will get you those.
Because I've seen rockets with a small throw, falling, and they get going faster, and then the rocket sides.
So it sounds like we're clearing statics, the statics pad. So it's we're gonna get some test firing in a second here.
Set the coupler where the pins are. Put the pins in, then put the soft on and bolt it. Yeah. couldn't bolt it together and then slide it because it.
And this time we will have footage for you.
So I don't like those holes. We gave other teams shit for having holes that weren't round. That's not.
Mark the UPS drone operator down at Static. He's willing to take his drone over to advance, but the UBC hot fire is imminent, so we will wait for that first.
And anything that's on the place with the motor.
Copy, no problem. I'm trying to figure out the drone situation.
This is live stream. I wasn't too concerned about the coupling. I did some work with them, sanding it to make it felt like it wanted to bind. We tried to make it smoother.
So this will be a UBC hot fire.
The problem was there was a bit of epoxy and stuff on it, and so it wasn't uniform. So I worked on that, but what I noticed was this too. If you looked at its round profile, there were spots that looked like they were very thin, and there were spots that looked like they were more open. So the wrap seemed like it wasn't uniform.
Sounds like we are go on a UBC hot fire. Should see that imminently. Oh, we got something.
I know they put tape in here. They did something to seal it. They had a nominal test, but
I don't know what that looks like.
it did make me worried about the structural integrity there, and maybe it doesn't matter because you've got your thread exactly here.
Man, oh man. That's a lot of something, but it doesn't look like a fire yet.
2 steps over. 2 steps over.
3, 2, 1. There we go.
That actually is because
We are.
I'm talking. That's because we had.
That looks like a failed ignition to me. Oof. Okay, looks like we're headed over to advanced pads now.
That particular concern I had.
I'm gonna out Alec. He just accidentally broadcast to the PA channel. Naughty, naughty. And we're back to U of T's rocket. We are still waiting on UTAT. No news from them regarding Phil just yet, but we will relay that as soon as we have it. Sounds like UTAD is having a check valve issue at the moment. UTAT is doing some form of final checks at the moment.
Checks that they sort through their issue. What is this?
We are receiving a whole lot of radio static and some sort of ignition something something, so... Yeah, we will hear a countdown, but...
This is recovery. I'm pleased to report that all the recovery teams have returned from the main. There are no more recovery teams on the main, and recovery operations are concluded for today. Recovery out.
I can't launch.
We know, Brendan.
Are you done with this?
UTAT is ready for ignition sequence start. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Holy crap, it lifted off! Oh my god, there it goes!
Wow.
Wow! Oh! Oh, that is a cool noise. Wow, that's incredible. Worth the price of admission, folks. Holy.
Such a bright flame, such a cool sound.
Beautiful.
You got it, Adam?
No. I don't have that.
I'm sorry.
It's way up there.
Thank you.
Oh, I got it.
It's just a little speck.
Yeah.
Look, I didn't see the flash at the beginning. I only saw after it went up.
No, are you on the truck?
The president is reporting that we have visual of a drogue. I can't say that I see anything myself, but Adam has the advantage of...
The tank's whipping around nicely.
Sounds like the tank is whipping around nicely.
It's metallic, so you can see the glint.
It's metallic, so you can see the glint. Well done, UTAT.
Built different, I guess.
It went up so fast.
Yeah.
That was... I love that noise.
That was such a cool
There is nothing like a hybrid launching.
Except the Swiss hybrid.
The Swiss hybrid was cool. This...
That was really cool sound, yeah.
The Swiss one was better. There's no thought.
Yeah.
I don't see anything. Are you sure there's a drone?
Well, Adam has binoculars.
I'm staring right at it. If you can follow the track of the binoculars,
I'm looking maybe 60 degrees up right now.
Alright, we just got confirmation that they have telemetry and a drogue deployment, which is great news for UTAC.
Adam could just be gaslighting us with seeing it, and we would have no idea.
Hey. Brendan said you could be gaslighting us.
We'd have no idea.
You'll never know.
I think the hot mic might have caught that.
That's okay.
Yes, things will be worse than us getting gaslit if you all don't like and subscribe to Launch Canada. Alright, so the rocket just dropped below the tree line. We had confirmation of 1,000 feet. They were still descending at 71 feet per second. We suspect it was still under drogue at the time. We will wait for further confirmation from U of T later, but descent under drogue for now.
Okay, we can confirm that UTAT is on the ground. You may or may not have heard some. You may or may not have heard the conversation going on in the background. They are using a recovery device called a tender descender. For those of you that have spent any time with our launch control officer, Chris Hobbs, you will know what he thinks of tender descenders. Yeah, so he has some choice words. We can talk about that tomorrow. I think for now, it is time for us to call it for the day, and we'll talk to you again tomorrow, and then we'll see you in the evening again. So,
Goodbye, everybody. Have a fantastic evening.
have a lovely evening.
Thanks for tuning in.
Thanks for sticking with us.
Thanks for caring about Canadian rocketry and supporting folks who are out here making things happen.
Exactly. Have a good evening.